All right, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the regular meeting of council for July 14th. We do have a very long agenda, but it's probably a good thing that we're going to be inside today because and the air conditioning hopefully continues to work half decently. If the conditions do get warm, then just let us know and we'll see if we can make some adjustments. And if anybody needs, because this is a rather long meeting, anybody needs any breaks or whatever, just throw your hand up and we'll take a break. I have been accused by my wife of driving 500 kilometers, and nobody needs a break. We will just continue right on through. So do stop me if you need to. On the weather, we're looking at another hot day out there, and if anybody does know how to bring the rain on, we need some out there. The fields are getting awfully hard. The hay crops are not that great. I know some of our old fields, you're looking at half a bale to the acre, but as far as the grain crops go, there's some canola out there that is looking pretty poor. And when you can see bare ground at this time of the year in a canola crop, that's not good. That field should be, pretty high and solid. And that's it's a big investment for our farmers out there. So let's keep them in our thoughts, and everybody hope for some rain. So with that, we'll call the meeting to order at 9:30. What do we got? 9:31. Okay. You have before you the agenda. Are there any additions or deletions there? Mr. CEO.
Thank you, Mr. Review, members of council. We'd like to add 7.4.5. I met with the Deputy Minister of Municipal Affairs yesterday, so just a briefing for council on that meeting. And 7.4.6, just a quick update on the RMA convention scheduled for November.
Okay. Any other additions, deletions? Okay, with that, do we have a motion to approve the agenda?
I'll make that motion.
Motion by Councillor Duchesne. All in favor? Or we can call the vote, sorry. Let's see if technology works. RMA. Yeah.
I'm good.
Everybody else got it? That's carried, thank you. So we have some minutes to go through there for the regular meeting in council for June 23rd. Any errors or omissions there?
Yeah, Mr. Reeve, seeing none, I'll motion that we accept those.
Okay, thank you. Motions by Councillor Swigert.
I'm here.
Oh, you weren't, were you at the meeting?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Okay, carry on. Call the vote.
Yeah, I made some motions during that meeting, so I think I was there.
I did see it.
Okay, that is carried. We have no public hearings. We do have a delegation at 10 o'clock from McElhaney. Any business arising from minutes? Seeing none. Into new business, environmental and protective services. Good morning, Mr. Yons.
Morning, everyone. Okay, so I have a few items today for today's agenda. We'll dive right into them. So first one being the RFD for enhanced peace officer authority under the emergency vehicle operation course. So the other known as EVOC. So the MD of Bonnyville peace officers do not currently have the authority to drive their vehicles in a manner consistent with emergency response, i.e. lights, sirens, high speed. They do have the legislative authority under the Traffic Safety Act to go after vehicles if they're being, what's the word I'm looking for? Just under, if high speeds or if they're doing a traffic safety stop, they can put on their lights and sirens and then chase that vehicle. So what we are seeking today to have the authority under the Solicitor General to respond to any emergencies. So they may choose to close the distance to stop a vehicle. I just said that. Assisting with fire, EMS, or callouts, or in any response to any public safety threat in the MD. This situation exposes the MD and ratepayers to the risk in that our peace officers may be delayed in responding to a critical event or potential life-saving operation. So administration is proposing that council approve that the Director of Public Safety to seek enhanced authorities from the sole gen permitting emergency vehicle operations by the MD peace officers under specific circumstances. So in the discussion of benefits and disadvantages, the benefits is the ability to safely break the Traffic Safety Act legislation while responding to a complaint in a bedrock authority. Virtually all emergency services personnel share. Our peace officers are trained in first aid and may be called upon at any time to provide potential life-saving measures during a critical event. Additionally, emergency road closures due to disasters, collision, or other emergency situations may be necessary for the peace officers to attend a distant location in a very short order. The disadvantages, there is a risk whenever vehicles exceed posted speed limits that the brake traffic legislation that a collision could take place. That being said, that our peace officers are trained in a 40-hour emergency vehicle operations course or equivalent, and most have extensive EOV training experience through prior employment with police agencies. So in the attachments, we do have our procedure that the peace officers do have to follow in the case of using this. In reference to our strat plan, council did pass in our plan that enhanced safety in the community objective is to lobby the government of Alberta for increased authorities and jurisdiction of peace officers. And also in the federal legislation, we have a few sections that apply. So yeah, and so overall, we do see that if we are granted authority from the sole gen to assist in any emergencies throughout the municipality, that they could go in a high rate of speed with their lights and sirens on. So,
Okay.
Any questions?
Councillor Swigert.
Yeah, Mr. Evatt, I'd just like to say we've been looking for these enhanced authorities for some time, so I think it's a great thing moving forward. We've got like a dozen or so peace officers out there, so it just, gives them a little bit more capability. So I'll make the motion to approve that enhanced authority for the driving.
Okay. Councillor Fadeva and then Duchesne.
Yeah, a little more discussion, thank you. Regards to your first one, Appendix A procedures, under procedures under the, so it goes procedures under 1.4, it says responding to a specific request for immediate assistance from the BRFA, EMS, or outside fire and emergency agency. Since BRFA is an outside service, just kind of seems like it's just a wording thing maybe for me,
Okay.
right? I think we just take out BRFA or EMS and just have outside fire or emergency agency, because they are outside, right?
Yep, they
They're
are.
not within us, so,
That's right. Yep, we can do some wording changes on that. That's not a problem. That's all administratively done, so wording can be changed.
And then, so regards to that, so are we gonna, because our guys are, have the experience of XRCMP and MPs and all that stuff.
Yes.
So they have their training already.
Yes.
With that. Do we have to train on top of that as well to give an update or?
Yep. And it does actually say in the procedures that there is, if there is necessary training to any of the officers that have maybe not taken it in a while, there can be refreshers given to keep everybody up to date on any changes. So that'll be done through the SolGen. They do get bulletins from time to time on any of the changes on the authority. So that can be done within
Yeah,
house.
in previous correspondence in here, it says there's a level 1, 2, 3.
Yes.
What does that mean?
So to my knowledge, and I can get our Director of Public Safety up because he has more detail on it, but to my knowledge that all of our staff now have the level 1. They've all taken that 40-hour course, and through other officers, they may have even more training that they've taken through other law enforcement agencies and that. So, but all of them have the bare minimum of the EVOC 40-hour course. So.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, Councilor DeShane?
Yes, not that I don't agree that we have the officers and we are looking for some enhanced authorities, but I have a feeling this is all part of the provincial downloading to the MDs. I thought that the province appointed the sheriffs and game wardens and stuff to help back them, sell the RCMP up. So I have a feeling we're going down the road here that we're going to have a police force in the MD of Bonnyville, and I'm not really for that. I thought we were bylaw officers and peace officers to work with the residents of the MD. So I probably won't be agreeing with this, any of these.
There are some
Enhancements.
cases that this would be used to actually respond to municipal emergencies, so that are strictly MD related,
Yes.
and where a high rate of speed may be necessary to get out there for the public safety.
Yes, but where does the authorities gonna end when we're finished with this? Because if we're gonna have a police force, why not say that? I don't think the MD
Any other
residents-
authority would have to be approved by council anyways.
All right, thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, we had a motion by Councillor Swigert to approve this recommended action, and that is to seek out enhanced authority for MD of Bonnyville peace officers relating to emergency vehicle operations, and furthermore, that council directs the Public Safety Department to take steps necessary to have peace officers' appointments reflect this change.
Would it be okay if we had that friendly amendment to procedure 1-4 on that as well? Or is that done entirely?
Mr. CEO.
Thank you, Mr. Members of Council. I would just remind Council the procedures are administrative, so we'll just, we'll deal with that. We don't need a motion for that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Reeve, so you wanted to take out BRFA, you said? What was your comment, sorry?
Yeah, so the wording was in procedure 1-4. It says,
Yeah.
responding to the specific request for immediate assistance from BRFA, EMS, or outside fire or emergency agency.
Uh-huh.
It's kind of one, it's the same thing, so.
Okay.
I'm just saying, pick one.
Oh, I see, yeah.
It just, same thing, I think take out BRFA and EMS, outside fire emergency, which BRFA is.
Okay, any further discussion on the motion? Okay, we can call a vote. We're both. Okay. Okay, that is carried. Thank you. Next item.
Okay.
Another request.
So, the next one is the Enhanced Peace Officer Authority Request Update on the shotgun. So this RFD has been tossed around a little bit administratively and going through the pros and cons. So obviously, with the request from council earlier on strat planning on increase in authority, we did look at shotguns for our officers to use. So the authority to deploy shotgun derives from the need to dispatch injured wildlife and not as a means of protecting peace officers or members of the public from criminal behavior. Numerous public safety departments throughout the province require that their officers deploy shotguns for this purpose. It is a purpose that council does not approve seeking enhanced authorities from SolGen, and that we do not develop a firearms program for the MD of Bonnyville. So just to go through some of the challenges that we as administration looked at, we do see the need in the area for this service. We do have a lot of wildlife in our area that does get hit by vehicles. Sometimes the RCMP response is not as quick as the public would like to see as they see injured animals on the road, and they would like to see them dispatched as quickly as possible. There also is Fish and Wildlife officers that will dispatch throughout the MD, but again, there's only a few, and there is a lot of collisions that happen and that animals need to get dispatched. One of the challenges that we struggled with is having the shotguns and kind of the issues that go with it. Having firearms is a very kind of challenging for our officers, and there's a lot of training involved. There's the shotguns to purchase, so we feel that it's going to cost the MD over $20,000 just to get into the program, and then the training thereafter, it's probably going to cost $4,000 to $5,000 a year for training. So it is going to be financial kind of burden to the MD of Bonnyville. Also, just the responsibility of having the shotguns and maybe, dispatching an animal, and with social media these days and people videoing that, there could be some challenges out there. So with that, we are making the recommendation that we do not get enhanced authority for the use of shotguns. Again, this might be another download from the province that we would have to undertake, and because there is a financial part of it, that right now we feel that we're not willing to do that. So up for discussion.
Okay. Questions on shotguns?
Yeah, it's just an interesting situation, though, because I've been to many vehicle accidents with deer and animals, and I've actually never seen an RCMP use a shotgun either. And so I'm not sure if they're doing, like you're thinking they're doing it. I'm not sure if they are.
Yep, they will do it. They'll either use a shotgun or they'll use their service revolver, to my knowledge.
Yeah, I'll just say I've never seen it in my 40 years of firefighter service, but okay.
It is common.
Councillor Padev.
Yeah, one thing I was kind of surprised at is the number of hits and the possible number of hits that weren't reported as well. I know with wildlife officers, they're struggling with manpower as well, and I know Coal Lake lost one of theirs, so they're down to one. A couple out of St. Paul, so they're struggling to be there. I mean, it's a thing about animals suffering and people wanting to see that stop. I'm for it. I mean, the costs aren't that crazy, and I think the maintenance part of $4,000 to $5,000 per year to maintain that is marginal.
Councillor Scarson.
I'm just curious, like, are you getting lots of calls for animal strikes?
We do get the odd call. Most of the calls will go to the RCMP. They are the first point of contact. The issue is that sometimes they're not available. And our officers do come onto vehicle strikes and do see injured animals, but they are the first point of contact.
Mr. CEO.
Thank you, Mr. Reid, members of council. Not discussed at any length in the staff report. However, it should be front and center in council's mind is we enter a whole new world of liability when we carry firearms and the use of firearms in the general public. There are instances in the province and across Canada of wildlife being dispatched and a ricocheting bullet or something out of a shotgun shell that ends up in a bystander. There is a risk of shotguns being stolen from vehicles. There is a risk of a self-induced injury, an accidental discharge. The sheriffs in the last several years have had several accidental discharges, and they are trained and range qualified on a regular basis. So for the liability purpose, it specifically is one of the reasons that we are recommending against the shotguns. You're in a whole new, we're up in the game in terms of the liability exposure when we carry a firearm.
Councilor
Mr.
Sawyer?
Can we just get a bit of background information, because the MD used to have shotguns? And so give me some info.
To my knowledge, last time shotguns were used were probably about 15 years ago. After that, they decided not to renew their license. And so we do have, I believe, 2 shotguns in our vaults that we haven't used since. I'm not sure the reason why they did go away from using them about 15 years ago, but yeah, at one time there was shotguns available to the peace officers. At that time, I believe there was 3 to 4 officers. So.
Okay. Councilor Padev?
Does our senior counselor know anything about why we did or not?
Excuse me, but this was before my time.
Oh, was it?
I haven't been here 15 years yet.
I thought we were going on 20, so I was kind of.
Maybe next term, we'll see how it goes.
Mr. Riva, I think I do recall something about training, though, in a range or whatever, and maybe they just didn't have the ranges to use at
So,
the time. I'm not
to
sure.
my knowledge, I believe that they have to get trained in Hinton. I believe that's, or Edson area.
Okay.
That's where they have the training. But we do have a certified range here. I think that that would suffice for the range, but.
Councilor Scarson?
Yeah, so I'll go ahead and make the motion that we go with the recommended action to be against it.
Okay. Okay, further discussion? I will tell you one story. Back about 10 years ago, we did have a bull hit right in front of our place. It was our bull. It had jumped a couple fences, gone out on the highway to get closer to some other cows, and got hit by a pickup truck, rode off the pickup truck, broke the bull's leg. The bull proceeded to jump back over 2 fences with a broken leg and go back to the cows he was with. The RCMP came along, and of course, a bull with a broken leg is no good, and you have to put him down. And the RCMP asked if they wanted if we wanted them to do it, and we just said no, we'll look after it ourselves. So they do have the ability for sure to look after it. But what about and this came up the other day with CNRL in regards to the number of strikes that we're having, and the province not cutting the grass along the sides of these highways to allow people the vision to see maybe some of these coming. So that's a separate issue, but we'll have to bring that one up. Okay, we had a motion to go with the recommended action, which is to direct administration not to seek enhanced authority for the MD of Bonnyville peace officers. Stop moving it. From the Solicitor General relating to the use of shotguns at this time. Thanks, Jolene. And we can call a vote. By hand? Sure. Okay, all in favor of the motion? Sorry, again, all in favor? All opposed? Okay, that one is defeated. Okay. Mr. CEO.
Thank you, Mr. Reeve, members of council. As that motion was defeated, we're kind of back to status quo in that we do not currently have authority on the enhanced authority for shotguns. So probably another motion would be required. It'd be interesting to see where that would end up. But if there was a motion to allow the authority, or the second, the other options the council had, is to direct the Director of Public Safety to seek out enhanced authority for the MD Bonnyville relating to shotgun use, and furthermore to bring the program budget implementation to the 2022 municipal budget deliberations. I would suggest if the first motion has failed, council could either just move on, and unfortunately moving on also leaves us in a position where moving on leaves us to where a motion was defeated. So I probably would recommend that council pass or debate a different motion.
Sure. Deputy Reeve.
Thank you, Mr. Reeve. I think another motion is not required because leave things to be status quo.
Okay.
That's all. That's my opinion, but it's up to you, up to the rest of council too. Thank you.
Mr. Reeve? Yeah, carry on there figuring that out, but, so my thoughts are, would really like maybe some more information and maybe some input from our Director of Emergency Management, Mr. Gandolfi, and yeah, just a bit more detail on what training's involved and that sort of thing, and what the liabilities may be.
Yes. Mr. CEO, sorry, we're dealing with technical issues. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. CEO, and Mr. Reeve, and members of the council. We certainly can provide as much information as council would like. I think the really big question for council to ask is the MD of Bonnyville number 87 prepared to live with the increased liability carrying a firearm in a peace officer vehicle would entail? That is, to me, that is the number one question. Training costs, those are all superficial. Those are all ancillary issues. Yes, we can do training. Yes, we can eat $20,000 a year. But are we prepared to live with the liability for a MD employee carrying and using a shotgun in the course of their duties, and the ensuing risks that come with the operation of a firearm in their duties? That really is the only question, as far as I'm concerned, the council should be wrestling with. We can handle the training, we can bring in any stats or information back, but at the end of the day, it's going to boil back down to, is council prepared to accept the liability for carrying a firearm in a peace officer vehicle?
Mr. Reeve. Thank you, Mr. Reeve. What did I say at the beginning of the meeting? And also, if we bring this back, when we have full quorum, it won't be a tie vote. So we can bring this back in a month or so, or in 2 weeks' time, whatever. And he'll decide, he'll make the deciding vote. Thank you.
Mr. CEO.
Thank you, Mr. Reeve, members of council. If that's the case, then probably a tabling motion or a motion just directing administration to bring this back for review at the July 28th council meeting.
For some additional information, can we also have perhaps the number of times that this might be necessary in a year?
Yes.
Just based on, historical, if we have any of that information.
And
Councilor
Mr. Reeve,
Swiger.
just a couple other points, I guess. I'm just wondering, are we the only municipality here that maybe even is considering that, or are there other municipalities in the area that are doing this?
Sure.
And then my other kind of question is, the officers that are going to use these shotguns, how do they feel? I mean, if you got 80% of them that say, well, really, I'm not comfortable at all doing this, then, I'd say, well, okay, then tell us why, and we probably would agree with you.
Mm-hmm. Councilor Scarson.
Yeah, I guess I kind of thought they did that when the CAO and the director and Mr. Gandolfi all said that they recommend we don't go ahead with this, but maybe I was wrong.
Yeah, I didn't hear the Director of Public Safety say that, but the recommendation came from administration.
From
That was
administration.
from Matt. So administration doesn't mean it's one particular person, it means the group, and it doesn't say that particular person. How many times did our vehicles get stolen? I don't know, probably not a lot. We are trained for that, and if we ask our staff if they're okay with this or not, is it up to them? I don't know. I think we direct them, they're trained, they've used this in the past. Ask me if I want to work, I'll probably say no. I'd rather sit on the beach and drink the margarita. But that's the Yeah, I'm not sure, but, you know, the liability end of it is, you know, is a lingering question, but how many times? I think the Reeve asked for that, how many times is it out there?
Yeah.
If it's once or twice, well, is it worth it? No, but if it is multiple times, like 10, 12, 15, I'd like to know.
Okay.
Okay, so at this time, oh, Councilor Scarson?
Sorry, I just, again, it just seems like a lot to be able to put down a deer. I mean, there's people that do that already, so why are we getting into that business of putting deer down? It just seems like too much to take on for what it's worth, right? You've got the RCMP, you got the Fish and Wildlife that do that, you got farmers that live next door that will do that too. So, I don't know why we would have to be added to that list. Yeah, you'd have to go far in Edgeworth to find a guy that will do it, right?
Would you like to make a tabling motion then? Yeah.
Okay, Mr. Reeve, I'll make that motion to table this in 2 weeks' time. Thank you.
Will that give administration enough time? Okay. Okay, with that, we can call the vote on the tabling.
That's tabling 7.1.2.
Yep. Deputy Reeve. Okay, and that is carried. Okay, it is 10 o'clock. We have a delegation. We will get you back there in a second, Mr. Janssen. Okay, and our delegation, do we have an introduction for McElhaney?
Do you want to pull up the thing? You got it. Perfect. We'll pull up the presentation. It should be good to go. That's all right. Thank you.
Morning, Mr. Reeve, councillors. I'm here to provide a status update for the Kennesu Ridge Aerial Adventure Park project, which has been ongoing now for some time. I'm happy to answer your questions as they come up. I've got a little bit of content here to get through, but by all means, I'm happy to answer your questions and encourage a discussion.
We'll try and hold the questions to the end.
Perfect. So, just a reminder for those that may not have been fully aware, whether in the room or yourselves, we're currently assisting the MD to provide an aerial adventure park at the Kennesu Ridge ski resort. There's a view of it on the left-hand side there. It's a multi-level structure for ages from toddlers all the way up through to adults, and there's also an accessible portion there for those that might use a wheelchair or require other assistance. On the right-hand side there's just a quick overview of the layout of the site. So this is just next to where the magic carpet is in the ski resort, and there's a bit of a hill there, so there's an accessible trail that weaves its way up there so everyone can make it there. There's a small kiosk for the staff to operate out of, and there's picnic facilities and a small playground as well, along with landscaping and what have you. You'll see there, you may not have seen this before, but in January there was a decision to add a giant swing, and that's what you kind of see there on the bottom left with that fence. So that's something you may not have seen before. So this is the few photos here from progress on site as of last week. These are just from last week because I had to get this content into you in time, but there's been more progress since then. Up on the top left there, you see a view from the top level looking back up the hill. Pretty nice views. And then on the right there, you see just an overview of the status of the structure. It's almost complete now. There, and then you see just on the bottom left some additional features that were at the time still to raise up onto the structure. And just a note there that training for the MD staff is currently scheduled for next spring. Okay, so at this point here, just to provide an overview of the status of the project and where we're at. Sorry if it's a very small font, I can be happy to read out what each one says. I just couldn't quite squeeze it all onto one slide.
Just, Mr. Reed, there's no years on that slide, so it's kind of,
The previous slide? Or this one?
like, is this all 2022? This slide's all 2022?
No, that's a fair point. June on the left-hand side is June 2019. 2020, sorry. And then June on the right is 2021. So yeah, no, that's a fair point. If you have any other kind of clarifying queries, I'm happy to answer. So this is the intent of the project as the MD defined it back in approximately May last year when the assignment was first put out to RFP. Essentially, it was for the construction to occur last fall with the intention of the Aerial Adventure Park being opening for visitors for May long weekend this year, the one just passed. So that was how the MD first defined the works. And then when we came on board to assist the MD, this was in about early June, we work with the MD and the administration there to define an accelerated schedule. And essentially the strategy at that point there was to bring forward the design build of the actual structure itself. This isn't the site layout, but this is the actual structure that you saw the rendering of before. And simply because there was intention to provide options to council to see different types of structures that may be available, what have you. And then once that structure was decided upon, then the detailed design of that structure would be completed by whoever won that work, and then manufacture would commence off-site. In the meantime, with that structure confirmed, we would be able to then continue with the site design, simply because you can't design where the path goes, the layout of the site, until you know what structure it is, what shape it is, and where it sits. So there's just there's a sequence to things there. But the intention was that once that structure was confirmed, we would dive into the site design with the intent at this time to award the site works in late summer and complete it in fall last year, have it completed by the end of, before the ski operation started last winter, so that then the aerial venture structure itself would be manufactured over the winter and then shipped to site, and then would actually be installed in the April-May period. It's about a month and a bit of a process typically, and that would have the training occur in mid-April and then open with the intention of the May long weekend. So that was kind of the plan that we developed with the administration when first coming on board in June last year. Now, no great secrets, that is not played out. We are not currently, it's not currently open. So this is actually, a little bit of a summary here of what has actually occurred to date. So essentially, there has been a number of factors that have contributed to the structure not being open this day. I'm happy to talk about these in some more detail if you like, but essentially what has happened here in this first period is we continued as planned. We developed the design build tender for the manufacture of the structure, and that work was awarded in early September, which is somewhat later than first hoped. And then the design of that structure continued through September, October, and into early November. That took longer than we had anticipated, largely as the proponent that won that work didn't have a structural engineer on their team, and they took quite a bit of coaching to understand the need for that and then do the requisite design. But other than things taking a little longer than expected, the strategy was much the same. We still started the site works design once we had the structure confirmed, and enough detail that was provided that we could continue with the site design. And then if you recall, in early December there, we came and presented the site design options, and some decisions were made by council at the time. And there was some direction there to add a few features. I look into the swing and some other things like that. So in the, that occurred there. There's that kind of line there just between these two here. That's about when the council meeting was. Then, we were directed to provide some additional options, which we looked into. Those options were presented for a decision, and I think the decision was made the first week of January. And with those details confirmed, we're able to finalise the site design and go through the permitting process with Alberta Parks, as they have jurisdiction over the site. And the site works design continued and was completed, ready for tender in late March. And then from then on, there was a review period and it was tendered. You can see in the top line, it splits into two. In the top line there, that's the progress on site. So over the winter, the structure had been manufactured in Germany and it had made its way largely over to the country by this stage. And the site work started once the snow had melted sufficiently and the ground was stable enough to access the site, and the building permit was provided, and that started in early May. Status of the works today, as I just showed you now, we're expecting it to be completed this week, other than a few minor features, just the cargo hoist and a couple of things like that still to be shipped over. But the structure itself, other than starting, not having the foundation started last fall as planned, has continued largely as expected. The raising structure has taken about a month or so, and it's progressed fairly well. Interestingly, despite the specialist contractor not being allowed to enter the country, they're from Germany, we ended up getting the local team to do it themselves. They hadn't done it before, but they did a really good job, in my opinion. So the actual structure itself is largely ready, more or less, but there's been some difficulties with the site works. So like I said, we had, with the MD's assistance, we had tendered the works there from late April onwards, and that tender closed, but unfortunately we only received a single bid from the market. In discussion with the MD, I understand that doesn't meet your procurement requirements. You have to be able to demonstrate competitive pricing and value for money and what have you for your constituents. So we evaluated that tender, and in consultation with the administration, it was rejected. It was also largely over budget. And then we discussed options with the administration, tried to strategize how we could resolve this issue, because obviously we need the site works to be complete. Ultimately, we ended up making some scheduling revisions to the works, adding a small amount of extra work related to fixing up Ridge Run, which is just adjacent to the site. And then we re-tendered it. The hope here was that we would have a longer period for contractors to scope the work and understand the pricing of it, and they would have a more flexible schedule, so they'll be more interested in bidding. Unfortunately, though, the second time the works were tendered, still only a single bid was received. And also that bid was higher than the first time, and obviously also significantly over budget. So at the moment, we have completed our evaluation, and we've had some discussions with the administration, and we've provided some advice. I don't believe we're at a stage where we can make a recommendation, but I'll talk about that in a second. But I will dive back to that tender in a second, but just for now, basically the works that are remaining, as you can see here in the dash section, there's training of the MD staff for the structure, which is, again, planned for spring, as I mentioned, and then the site works need to be completed. How that is done is the current challenge. Any quick questions on that? Because I'll change topic shortly.
There are lots of questions.
Okay, before I hold them to the end?
We will.
Okay. So this is the site work status specifically, so we're not necessarily talking about the actual raising of the structure itself any longer. This is just to do with the site. So this is a summary of what I mentioned here. We received a single bid, which is almost 2 times the budget. Through discussion with the administration, we re-tendered the work. This time it was 2 to 3 times the budget. We evaluated the prices for their reasonableness, and I can say with some certainty that the price doesn't represent the cost of the work to a reasonably experienced contractor plus some return on their effort. It's significantly higher than that. We compared this. There's some similar items, like for one example, there's a waste receptacle, just a bin you might find in a park. There's one particular work item. We did some work for Parks Canada in Jasper recently, so a similar remote kind of out of the core downtown centres of Alberta kind of region. And the price of those bins there was about $2,000 installed. Prices here was over $6,000 for a smaller bin. So and that's just one example. I could provide further detail if you like, but essentially the price doesn't represent the cost of the work in the bid. And then on the right-hand side there, this is just something I've extracted from a report by the Edmonton and Construction Associations. Just identifies the construction cost inflations that you've probably been reading about in the media lately. So in the period from May last year to May this year, you can see up here that they're reporting lumber is 4 to 5 times more expensive, and it's all up there for you to see. But needless to say, the cost of materials has gone up significantly in the last year, much more so than typical trends. They're also forecasting that in the next year, May this year to May next year, it should drop slightly. So to summarise kind of the discussion that we've been having with the administration so far and the options going forward, this is a summary. There may well be other niche options, but they all largely fall into one of these 4 categories. One is to provide additional budget and award the works to the bid that we did receive. Another one is to remove work from the scope so that the work that is completed is within budget. Another option is to re-advertise the works a 3rd time with the intention of completing the work in fall, and I hope that the industry has I guess reconsidered its interest in the work. And then the 4th option is for MD Resources to self-perform the construction work as well. So I'll summarise the main benefits and issues with those options below. Option A is the most likely to complete on time because you have a contractor who said they can do it and they're ready to do it now, but it is obviously the most expensive by quite an order of magnitude. And the assumption here is that the MD is able to justify award to a contractor when only 1 bid was received, which would be a question for administration. Option B there, it should be less expensive because you're taking work away, so you don't have to pay for that work. It's also somewhat flexible because you can always add that work back in if prices are revised and what have you, so it gives you some flexibility. But ultimately, you're providing less amenities to your constituents. You have to make a decision about what's not provided, whether that's no picnic tables, no playground, and a pathway that's not accessible. There's a decision there, but ultimately, you're going to be getting less than you had hoped. Option C, which is to re-advertise again. This one should be less expensive on the assumption that the market trends change. But the issue here is that as you re-advertise, there's still a risk that you don't receive an acceptable tender, and you're back in the situation again, but you've just wasted 2 or 3 months further. So that one increases the risk of having to delay the opening further. And then option D, self-perform the site works. This is the least expensive. It's also the most flexible because you're in direct control of the works, and you have more control on the outcomes. The issues here may be some learning curve issues because I'm not aware of the specific details, but I don't believe the MD staff regularly perform this kind of work. So there may be issues with quality and a little bit of rework, and it might take a little bit longer than a specialised contractor. But ultimately, you're in control. And the other issue here is obviously, what are they not working on? It's not that they sit around just waiting to build pathways. They might be not doing roadworks. They might be not completing their other duties. So that's something that would have to be considered. And a big assumption here is that the MD has suitable equipment for this work, and you're able to direct purchase the requisite materials, which, in accordance with your procurement policies, I'm not entirely sure at this stage. I have to ask administration. So there's quite a lot of information up there. That is my last slide, but I'm happy to jump back and bring things if you want to look at them more closely.
We might have to jump back to a couple slides. Let's start with Councillor Fadave.
Just a couple of comments I'm kind of concerned about. In regards to, you said you're right at your statement that you're currently assisting us. I thought you guys were the project lead. Could you define that or?
Well, yes. Maybe it's just a nomenclature thing, but we're working for the MD, so we're providing the MD a service towards their goals of delivering the project. I'm not sure exactly of the nuance of your question, sorry.
Yeah, it's almost, to me, it would almost seem like you're assisting us, you're not a lead, you're just providing some information, but you are in lead of this project, right?
Yes. Well, we're a lead of a portion of the project, but for instance, the construction contract is a contract between the MD and the construction contractor.
Right.
So we're definitely an agent of the MD to pursue, complete the works for sure. I don't
Complete the works at due time and all that stuff.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we definitely have to.
Yeah, just one more comment. So on option A, You said this would give us a time completion. It would be on time to May long weekend, which was, like, we passed it.
Well, obviously not last May, but it would not further delay the works.
But we're training our staff for May or like next year. So it's not going to be ready this year. So I think for us to overspend by $700-some thousand in regards to our ratepayers' money is just not acceptable. That's just my comments for now, but please come back to me.
Councillor Swigert.
Yeah, just trying to, I guess, wrap my mind around what's actually going on out there now. So you said the structure is nearly complete, or it may be now complete, actually, so, and I guess I'm trying to understand the site works, and there's a couple of concerns. Site works, is it just dirt work, and it's kind of landscaping work? So you need to define that.
Yeah, I can talk about that a little bit more. The structure itself, the works that are, we have a progress meeting tomorrow, but they're due to be finished this week. The structure itself includes the concrete foundations below the 7 poles and basically everything above that, and a bit of fence work. But the site work, as I'm talking about it here, that includes, yes, all of the grading and landscaping, the shaping of the area. It includes the pathway itself, so there's a gravel pathway that weaves its way up the slope. People can get there, certainly for an accessibility perspective. It includes, there's a small playground offset for kids to play on while they wait. There's a number of picnic tables, things like that, benches. There's a shade sail for staff to stand underneath when they're directing people, and there's a small kiosk structure where you can store the harnesses and take payment and things like that. So it's all the auxiliary features that complete the overall package, other than the specific structure itself.
Okay, so, and that's kind of what I thought, and then I'm super surprised that you only had one local contractor bid on site work, because there's lots of local contractors. And I spoke to one last night and asked him, he said, never heard of it. So, where was it advertised? Why was there only one bid? I don't get that, it's dirt work. It's like...
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I'm a little surprised as well. The bid that we did receive was not local in the truest sense. It was from Edmonton, so I don't believe any Bonnyville local contractors bid on it.
So where was it advertised, though?
It was advertised in 2 places, from what I understand. The administration, advertised it through regular channels. It was on APC, Alberta Purchasing Connection, and also advertised on the tenders and RFPs site on the MD's website specifically.
Because again, I'll just say I'm surprised, because there's lots of local contractors that do that sort of work, and apparently they don't even know about it. So, and I'm kind of surprised about, the cost overrun when we expected $350,000 apparently to do that. And maybe that was undervalued, but to come in at 1 point whatever it was, 1.2 million or something, or
For the site works?
yeah, for the site works.
If I may, Mr. CEO, I'm not sure how much of the commercially sensitive information I can provide in a public forum.
Well, I think that's in the slides. It says 350,000 was the expected, and I don't know, it's 700,000 over. So of course it's, it's $1 million
It's in that
plus or
ballpark.
whatever.
Yeah, I just want to know whether I can be specific or not, but it is in that ballpark of a little over $1 million was the most recent bid, yeah.
And so, yeah, it just seems strange, like it's ready to go basically, but of course the site hasn't been cleaned up and landscaped, so yeah, it's kind of, I guess, frustrating and sort of disappointing, but.
Councillor Shane.
I'd like to get clarification on your point here, number 5, on the site work status.
Oh, hang on, just me. This one here?
Yeah.
Yep.
Number 3.
Yeah.
So you're working on other projects where, for some reason, the prices for the same equipment that we're looking at is overquoted to you compared to your other projects?
Yeah, so I mean...
Is it because of where we live, or?
I mean, I wouldn't want to speculate necessarily, but I mean, if I knew the answers to these questions, I would be happy to provide them. I was also very surprised about only receiving one. I'd be genuinely surprised. But I can tell you what I meant here is that there's another project that we tendered just this spring as well, and it included not exactly the same items, but it included largely the same items, small concrete pads, bins, tables, things like that. And that project was near the town of Jasper. So a big factor in construction prices is the location and the remoteness of the work, because transportation is such a big issue. But Jasper is a similar distance from the Edmonton Centre as Bonnyville is, for all intents and purposes, so it just seemed like a reasonable comparable. And on similar items, not exactly the same bin, but just for example, the job in Jasper had a large bin about this high, one that you might see you put your donations in, with the roller on the front. The large steel structure with a concrete pad. That bin on the Jasper job cost about $2,000 supplied and installed, but the bin that we're specifying out here, which is just your little bear-proof bin that you might see in Alberta parks, that was priced at over $6,000 supplied and installed. So and like I said, I genuinely don't believe this price represents the true cost of the work plus a reasonable return on the contractor's effort. There are many reasons contractors put prices in, and they're not always intending to be as competitive as they possibly can.
Okay. These guys are guarding their words. I'm not going to guard my words. I'm not impressed. This is way off the rails. McElhaney applied through the RFP process to look after this project. They gave a timeline to do the project. It's not even close. I need a better explanation of that. Putting out tenders for groundwork in April, May. I don't know why we ended up with so few bids. This is a simple job. This is a Meccano set on the side of a hill with some landscaping. It should have been easy to do. I don't know what all the delays are. So I want some explanation as to why this has gone from last October completion to a year and a half later.
Sure, happy to. So this is probably the best place to have this discussion. So I breezed over it earlier, expecting that it would come back to it. But I can identify what I believe to be the key causes of the delay. Just understand, please, that I don't have full knowledge of internal workings in the administration, and I don't have full knowledge of everything that went on. But I'll do my best to tell you how I believe why we are where we are. Just a laser. Oh, you can't point up here, can you? Sorry, I'll try my best to explain it then. So if you look at the bottom third here, this is my recollection and reviewing records, emails, and things like that. This is my recreation of what has actually occurred. So the critical issue with the plan that was developed last year, the middle one there, the acceleration schedule. The critical issue for this to work properly was that the design build, like this is the actual structure, the design build contract was awarded quickly, and that the foundations, the concrete foundations of the structure were installed last fall. That was the most critical elements of that plan. You'll see here in the as-built section, the actual schedule there, the grey portions, the grey highlighted squares, and I can tell you what they say. They represent action by the MD. The light green colour represents action by the design build contractor, and the bluey kind of teal colour represents design action by McElhaney. So you can see there the second grey, reading from the left, I'm just trying to explain this. So the second grey block from the left was when we were asked to wait until the new director came on board so they could be involved in the development of that RFP. And then that happened and they were involved in the RFP and it was tendered, which is the next blue block there. Then I'm just going to go through it like this. And then the next grey block was a 5-week, oh yeah, that's excellent, thank you. Yeah, the next grey block was the 5-week period it took to award the contract to the successful design build contractor. Whoops. It's just back one. I can do it.
Still 2019, right?
Yeah, last year, yes, yeah, for sure. So yeah, that's that 5-week period there to award the contract to the design build contractor. Then this light green colour there, that's the design, that's the effort by the design build contractor to detail out their design and meet the building code requirements for their design, their Meccano set. It is longer than we expected. You can see it's comparable to about a 3 or 4 week block up in the on the one above. just longer than we expected because, as I mentioned, the contractor who won this is an Albertan contractor, but they had a subcontractor who was actually the one in charge of designing the specific structure. They have the intellectual property for the structure itself. They understand the system. They're based in Germany, and they did not have a local Alberta engineer, but they're required to consider local Alberta structural loads in their design. So there's quite an effort here to, first of all, get them to understand that that was a requirement and they couldn't avoid it, and then for them to find and engage a local structural engineer, and then for that local structural engineer to review all of their proprietary systems to a point where they could approve it. That took quite a longer and quite a bit of effort, and it is probably one of the biggest issues that occurred last year that we weren't expecting. Any questions? Maybe I can compartmentalise. Any questions for that explanation to date?
Councillor Padev.
So, yeah, I kind of wrote notes from your earlier comment in regards to not being able to engineer it. So we took your recommendations on who to award it to. So why would you recommend a design company to design a structural infrastructure that doesn't have a structural engineer? From an engineering company to another engineering company, is that how it's kind of done usually, or?
No, it's a very good question, and we wouldn't have done it knowingly, honestly. If we take us back to last year, on this design build RFP, there were 3 bids received. Of those 3 bids, one was disqualified for non-compliance with the requirements of the RFP, and then the 2 that remained, one of them, of the 2 that remained, only one of them had ever built one of these structures anywhere in North America. The other one had never built anything in the entire continent. The one that had built one in North America had built one in Edmonton. They had built the Sun Valley structure there. So of the 2 viable options, the 2 bids that were not disqualified, we recommended the one that had the most experience locally. In fact, they had the one that had the only experience in North America. And that structure in Sun Valley is bigger. It met all of the requisite building code requirements. It was not apparent on the face of the bid that they didn't have an engineer on their team. And in fact, they had an engineer on the team for Sun Valley, but that engineer, they had a disagreement and they no longer worked together, and they hadn't brought another one on board because they thought they could do it.
But yeah, you probably have learned a lot that your next time you're going to ask, that's going to be a requirement in your
Probably.
in your focus, right? Because when you mentioned that earlier, I was like, what?
Yeah.
So an engineering company hiring a company that, okay, so that's, you guys learned from that one, noted
Yeah.
it, and
Honestly,
circled
like
the big red circle around it, and
the requirement to meet building code, about a building code, was explicit in all the RFP. So it's not that we were unaware of it, it's just that they said they could do it when they didn't understand what they were really committing to. That was the problem.
Mr. Reeve, I still don't quite understand. So I thought Michelini was a big engineering firm with lots of engineers worldwide.
Not worldwide.
So can I just ask though, so your Crystal Term, there's only like 2 companies in the world that build these kind of structures anyway, or put them together and engineer them. And so then what did Michelini do though? Because I mean, I would have thought you had your own engineers and you would have had to engineer stamp it. So, but you didn't, you contracted it out to another, so what company did you contract it out to?
Well, perhaps some clarity will assist here.
And I'll ask why. Like, why can't you do, you're a huge engineering firm. Why didn't you do it yourself? It's just costing us way more money every time that we hire, somebody to contract it out to somebody else. And it's a bit upsetting, actually, but please explain why you couldn't engineer that yourself.
Sure. There's a few points of clarity. One is that Crystal Term is not a subcontractor to Michelini. The contract is actually between Rigging Specialties and the MD. So there's no Michelini markup on any of this stuff. So just to correct that, we're not making any money off their contract, for clarity. Also, as you said, there's only really 2 that do these kind of structures in the world, Waltopia and Crystal Term. They're extremely guarded about their structural modelling and their intellectual property, because that's the whole value of their business. So while Michelini does the structural engineers, and we may well be able to assess it, we couldn't do so unless they gave us their fundamental models, which they simply do not. how do I say, so the question about why McElhaney didn't design this is because these are, the design of these is very specific intellectual property that we simply do not have. That's why we engage specialists who have developed these systems.
I don't get that. So you're telling me, so Crystal Term developed it, they've engineered it. So McElhaney can't do it, one of the bigger firms in the world, and so you said you contracted the engineering out to somebody else to do that? Like, in other
Oh, I
words, you
see.
need,
Sorry.
you build a pole barn in Alberta, you need, if it's on a farmer's property, you don't have to get an engineer stamp. But if it's on your own property, 2 acres, you need an engineer's stamp on it. So an engineer looks at it and says, yeah, I'll stamp it. So what happened here?
Yeah, okay, so I guess sorry, I'm just trying to understand. Crystal Term have the intellectual property in their own internal design models, but they don't have an Alberta engineer on their internal
Right.
staff.
Yeah.
So the local structural engineer would have to confirm, their duty is to confirm that that structure meets the, the particular loading requirements of Alberta and what have you. So McElhaney could potentially have done that, but there is a potential conflict of interest that would be established if, I wish I could draw this, if McElhaney is advisor to the MD, and our job is to review and manage the work of another party who is contracted to the MD, then there's a potential conflict of interest where McElhaney is both representing the interests of the MD and representing the interests of the of the Crystal Term team. So that would be something that we would typically try to avoid, because you can't both advocate for 2 parties separately in that way. So what we did in that situation was we actually put considerable effort into helping them engage a local structural engineer. So it's not that we just washed our hands and said, well, come back when you have a structural engineer. We researched structural engineers, we helped interview them, we helped them write the terms of reference. We proactively tried to help them, but it just took longer than they expected. They were very reluctant to give that structural engineer their internal models and what have you.
I mean, it's unfortunate, Mr. Reed, but I'll just say, I think I learned something valuable from this one. We could have contracted this out ourselves and hired our own structural engineer and had Crystal Term. We just should contract this ourselves. It's just costing us more and more, and so McElhaney wants to cover their butt, so they hire somebody else because they don't want to get involved in the engineering, and it's just like it kind of goes on and on.
Yeah, Mr. Reeve, I just want to make a comment.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Reeve. This whole project to me is very disappointing, to say the least. Issues with the timeline and cost overruns and tendering process, and I think you summed it up very well in what you said. Thank you.
If there's no further questions on that point, would you like me to continue through the narrative?
Sure.
Yeah, okay. So we just got up to there before, or almost up to there. So they finished the design to a point where we could continue, we could actually make a start at the site design, and then we determined the clearing limits, and clearing was completed last fall in accordance with the Alberta Parks permit. That was fine. But then there were some decisions to be made by council. You recall there was a couple of different path arrangements, things like that. So those decisions were made in early December. That grey box there is just that review period from when we had completed the design until the decisions were made by council. Then after that, as I said, so the green bar, the green box there at the top, that is the effort by Crystal Term and their team to assess the impacts of the giant swing and other things like that were added. So that's what they were working on at that time. They were developing those options. In the meantime, we continued the site design in the blue. We couldn't finalise the site design until the layout of the swing and what have you was determined, because it impacts the earthworks and the total footprint and everything. Then that next grey box that just comes after the 90% design, that's the period in which, on the other side of the 90% design, sorry.
We're still talking 2019 now.
Actually, no, this is in February 2020. Yeah, this is February 2020, roughly. This is the period where we engaged with Alberta Parks just to get the requisite permits. Interested in drainage, we work with the administration team there to do that. That took a couple of weeks. Then based on those comments, we completed the 100% design there. And then there's a small sliver there of review. That's just confirming with the MD that we had done as, yep, that's the one, done as expected for those. We got the okay, and then the IFT, the 100% IFT period there is really about just confirming all the engineering. That's when you place your seal on it. So that's when all the quality review checks are done. It took a couple of weeks there. At which point in late March, we submitted it, the complete tender package, sealed and what have you, to the administration so that it could be advertised through the MD's typical channels, like I said, APC and the website, the MD's website. At that point then, it was under review by the MD for approximately a month. And then in late April, it was advertised there. And then it was advertised for about 2 weeks or so, 2.5 weeks. And that was just because we wanted to kind of be quite quick, obviously. And then following that, that advertising period, that's when we received the single bid that was over budget and what have you. And then there's about a 2 and a bit week period there where we tried to work with the contractor who was on site to see whether we could complete some temporary works, or there are other solutions other than having to go back to market. But ultimately, in consultation with the administration, it was preferred that we complete the whole site works rather than a temporary stopgap, because it would be, I think they made a very good point, the MD, when they said that the first impressions count, and you didn't want to open up this structure with a dirt trail and dust piles and things what have you. So I think that was the right decision, but ultimately that led to re-advertising the works, and then second time only receiving 1 bid, and that pretty much brings it up to where we are today.
Councillor Fadif.
You guys have a lot of experience in design work and all that stuff in different parts, and so you guys are quite familiar with it all. So in your RFP schedule, when you did your evaluation and it was awarded your preliminary design and your final design, why have all these other things not been captured in your final design? Because when you say final design, does that mean final design or final, not or pre-final, final design?
Sorry, just for clarity, are you talking about the difference between the 90%, 100%, and the IFT?
Correct.
Yeah, okay, so...
In your RFP, like in your RFP schedule. Because when you design something, you have it on print, you figure out the topography of the land and everything else, and you make your design based on what we have there, right? So when you say final design, and you presented it to us, that's what we're seeing. And all of a sudden, later on, it's like, well, we have another problem, and now it goes back to, point 1 again. Yeah, what went array?
Okay, so I'll just rephrase so I can make sure I understand it correctly. For the works that were presented early last December to council, those would be the preliminary design. So that preliminary design basically has the layout and what have you, it shows the intent, but it doesn't necessarily, there's a few stages to design. There's kind of like 2-dimensional design where you lay down something over the top and you kind of check how it works. You do some back of the envelope type calculations of the grades and the footprint that would be required. But once that's confirmed, and it's more about communicating intent. So like I said, it's about where does the trail go, where do you want this and that and what have you. But once that's confirmed, then what you would do is you would do 3D modeling. So basically you take that surveyed surface and you basically just drop the design into it, and that tells you like how much earthworks are required. And that's typical design processes that you do like a 2D design first, check understanding, check intent, and then you would convert it to 3-dimensional design. And then after the 3-dimensional design, you would add in the requisite instructions to contractors. So it's all well and good to have a layout.
Yeah, so did you not do a site visit at your preliminary design stage when the RFP schedule came out?
Well, not in our own RFP. We came to site and did our survey shortly after being awarded, not before we were engaged. There was no site visit because of the pandemic at the time.
So there was what?
There was the MD didn't arrange a site visit during the RFP phase because of the pandemic. But we did do a site survey after being awarded, and we did come to site last year as well, for sure.
So when was that?
I don't have it here. We did the survey probably in, I would think, late June, round about then probably, I think.
So then you seen the way the layout was, there was no snow?
Yeah, exactly. In late June, you can see that there was no snow, for sure. We did a full topographic survey of the site.
That was this June.
No, that was last June.
So that was last June.
Yeah, within the first, I don't remember if it was 2 or 3 weeks, but it was in the first short period after we were engaged.
So now you should have captured all our challenges that we had in June.
Well, all the challenges related to the site topography, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I still am troubled that even with doing a site visit last year and going back to the RFP, McElhaney had said that you could go ahead and do this easily within a couple of months, the design. I understand that things came back to council that were changes, but under a normal thing, those are just a change order. They could have easily been encompassed later on. I don't understand why, with not seeing the groundwork a year ago, that the design couldn't have been completed at that point in time, and the tender put out for the groundworks early in January. I'm just still having a hard time understanding that.
Yeah, so there is quite a bit of work between the two-dimensional design and the three-dimensional design. That's when you really ramp up with your design effort, because you have to model it and program the dimension. Then obviously the big task is completing the instructions to contractors, is picking your products, doing the research on particular products you're going to specify, writing out the process, things like that, designing the pavements. All that occurs afterwards. So if the decision about the preliminary layout was made in early December, I think in general, if there were no other changes, you're right, a couple of months would be ample time to take that preliminary design through to tender-ready package. I generally agree with that in principle. I think one thing I will highlight is that some of those directions, as far as like adding the giant swing, for instance, while I agree with you, they were relatively minor in the scale of the overall scheme, like adding a hoist, things like that. They don't really matter too much. The giant swing posed one particular difficulty in the arrangement of it, meant that, maybe I can just show you here. Yeah, so you see how to point this out? You see that grey kind of box that's diagonal? The bottom right-hand corner of that is where there's a large mast, and that's what the winch is on, and that's what pulls the swing up. And with the orientation of the structure already set at that time, because it had to be so we could determine the clearing, what have you, adding this swing here, what that meant is that it's kind of clear on the right-hand side. You can see there's a similar shaped box on the bottom limits of the structure. Yeah, over there. So that little triangle on the top right, that's that mast. If you're familiar with the site, that is uphill in that direction. So that swing foundation has to be flat. So if you have something that's flat going into the hill, it significantly pushes back the earthworks cut. So what that meant was that basically we had to redo that 3D modeling of the earthworks because of that significant extra cut. So I do generally agree with you that it's not a huge issue, but it did, for the purposes of that modeling, basically have us redo that again. So what that meant was that, where am I? In this period here, so you can see here that the decision to, like the direction was provided, I think it was the 7th of January, don't quote me on that, but it was about the first week of January, something like that. But you can see that we by this schedule, we had completed the 90% design, which is all of that remodeling, all that earthworks and what have you, to account for that extra cut. That was done in about 2 weeks after that. So that's pretty good, generally speaking. And then that period after that, generally with Alberta Parks and other regulators, well, so they're not a regulator, but for the purpose of permitting, I'll consider them to be one, they won't really look at your plans until you're about 90% design, because they're sick of people coming in with sketches and then approving it and then turning out with something completely different a year later. So once we got to 90%, we could really reliably have those conversations. And that took a couple of weeks. It just does, because you need to get on the call, but one of your administration staff was very helpful. They have a good relationship there, and we worked through it pretty productively in that period. And then after 90%, this is to answer your question earlier, Councillor, about the different stages of design. Preliminary and final are terms that the MD included in the RFP, in the original RFP, which is what I included in the top there. But they don't really align with how industry typically organises things. So the way that we would typically organise things is key stage gates. So the 90% one is basically all the design is done, all the intent is complete, it's proven to be feasible and what have you. But then in the 90% to 100%, that's when you would start putting in all of these instructions to contractors. You'd pick your particular product for a bin, you'd pick your particular pavement dimensions, your particular gravels, those kind of things. And then after that, the main task between 100% design and IFT, that's issued for tender, is really just about getting the engineer's approval of it, because you can't go to tender without the engineer's approval. So then you just have to, they have to quality review, which basically means going back through the design again, just to check that they can take personal responsibility for it. That takes a couple of weeks for that to happen. So no, to your point, Mr. Reeve, I think 2 months is plenty of time from when the moment was completed, and I think this shows that we took about 3 months from January, February until the end of March in accounting for that, having to redo the earthworks calculation.
Okay. Councillor Swear?
Mr. Reeves, I just think like we're looking at options going forward, and I think council would maybe agree that there's lots of local companies that could do this groundwork, and I would suggest that we try to get it, either we do it ourselves in-house or we get some of these local companies to
We've got that decision coming up, so.
But does that not bother you, Mr. Reeve, that nobody locally did?
It does. It does, yes.
And so I'd ask why, again, I'll ask why they didn't bid, why they didn't even know about it.
Mr. CEO?
Thank you, Mr. Reeve, members of the council. We can lead a horse to water, but it can't make it drink. We put the tenders out on the Alberta Purchasing Connection, which is legally required under the Northwest Trade Alliance. They're advertised on our website under the tenders and RFP section of the website. If local contractors are not paying attention to those things, we simply cannot reach out to every local contractor, because if we missed one, we'd be accused of favoritism to one organization over another. It's there for the APC is public, our website is public, and if local contractors are interested in the work, then they need to have part of their regular schedule is to check our website and check APC for county work. It's simply not our responsibility to drag local contractors to the job site. They have a certain responsibility to actually surveil what's on our website and what's on APC and bid on those jobs appropriately.
Okay. Councillor Fadeva and then Duchesne.
I agree with most of what you said, in respect to that. It's 80s, it is APC, it is our website, and, there is a due diligence on our contractor's part to look for that. But it's pretty tough to look for something when it's out there for a 2-week period. Is that correct? Like, was it out there for 2 weeks?
It was close to 2 weeks. I'm not going to, please don't quote me on that, but it was a short period.
Because you asked me, you just said earlier there was 2 weeks.
I said 2 to 2.5 or so, but yes, it was quite short.
Yeah, so it's a pretty short window for somebody to catch that in. And I think that is the big problem why it was missed everywhere. So, so it's a pretty tough window for somewhat a medium-scale job that turned out to be a large job for dollar-wise, right? So, okay.
Councillor Duchesne.
Yeah, I think another problem we have with that advertising for those jobs, the stipulations and the regulations, I believe, for these small corporations to bid on these small jobs are too stringent, and I think the C-Corps and the Corps and the safety programs that the engineering companies will want, these mom and pop operations can't even bid on some of those jobs. So I think that's why you're not seeing a lot of jobs being bid on, because these small companies don't really need that everywhere they go. But when it comes to an engineering job, they probably can't go without it. So I feel that a company as large as McElhaney, if a big engineering company like that let us down, I'm losing a lot of faith in engineering, and it's continuing.
Councillor Swegar.
Yeah, my mic's on here. I kind of agree with what you said there, Councillor Duchesne, but the guy I talked to actually had never heard of it, right? So, I mean, if you haven't heard of it, you haven't heard of it. And I'll just, maybe just counter the CEO's comments there. Yeah, you're not allowed to contact these guys after the stuff gets posted, but you can certainly contact local companies before you post anything, and say that, hey, we're kind of thinking about doing this. Anybody interested? So I think we missed the boat because we should have done that.
Okay, so I'll go ahead.
Just in a quick response, the first time I agree it was quite a short period of time. That was because of the month period for delay review immediately prior to that. But the second time we advertised it for almost a month, and we did reach out to. We don't have perfect knowledge of every contractor, which is the risk, but we did reach out to a number of local contractors ahead of the second time we advertised it. We certainly did our best to recognise what could have been done the first time, and the result was exactly the same, if not worse, the second time. So it's a particularly challenging situation. And to the point too, just for a quick clarification, McElhaney did not determine the core safety program engineering requirements for the bid. The standard MD template was utilised for the commercial terms.
Okay, well, we can't do anything about what has happened in the past. So we've still got some more work to do on this project. It is a unique project. I will, put that out there, that creates some of its own possible delays as well. So we've got some site work to do. We've got some training to do. Is there any ways to expedite? And maybe I'll call on the CAO, and maybe it'll go to the next RFD there. Do you see any part in the process where we can move things along?
Thank you, Mr. Reeve. Members of council, I would suggest that if council wants to finish dealing with this, and maybe your idea of moving directly to 7.2.8, we have offered through that the request for decision. The acting general manager, TNU, was out on site 2 weeks ago with his people, and they do believe they can finish this, and as soon as the structure work is done, that they can get out there and complete that work. Unfortunately, and as we'll discuss when we get to 7.2.8, is that if we take TNU people to complete this, obviously there are other things. When you do one thing, you don't do another. And that was, I think, was identified by McElhaney in the presentation, that there is some opportunity lost. And I probably at that point, when we get there, would let Mr. Bespalko speak directly to how he would arrange work so we would maximize what we could get done in the construction season, given that I think the estimate was 20 or 21 days worth of work on the site to have MD staff and local contractors probably being utilized as well to complete that work. So certainly when we get there, we absolutely have some ideas.
Okay, Councillor Fadeev.
Yeah, as much as this pains me to see it reopened in a grand scale and of maybe a long weekend of next year, I think that's where I'd like to see it. I'd like to see our guys get involved on that and have some control on that. And not take away from some of the projects that they're doing now. I know there's been a lot of change in TNU, and the last thing we need to do is, upset their apple cart there and just, they're on the schedule. I think it's important to keep them there, but it's also important to be cost effective and have our guys do it, but do it for May long weekend of next year.
Okay, I think we'll leave it there. Do we have a motion then to accept this presentation as information at this point in time? By
Sure,
Councillor
I'll make the
Fadeev. And we can call a vote.
Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you.
Mr. Reeve, so how much of the 350,000 was spent? How much of that was spent, or what?
We'll go over that when we
Okay.
in the RFD coming up.
Mr. Reeve, unfortunately, eScribe has gone down again. So show of hands would be appreciated.
All in favor? That's carried. Thank you.
So you
And
want
we'll
us-
take a recess.
You want us to log out again? And okay.
All right, we are back from recess, and we will have General Manager Yons come back up from Environmental and Protective Services. And we are back into 7.1.3, Enhanced Peace Officer Authority, Primary and Secondary Highways.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Reeve?
Yes.
Would it be possible to move to 7.28, and that would free up park staff who are here in terms of the Kennesu Ridge? And that would complete that.
Yeah, and yeah, sure, so they can get back to work? Nope, we
Absolutely.
can do that. Yeah. Okay, 7.2.8, Kennesu Snow Resort, the Adventure Park site work. Morning, Bowen.
Yes.
Morning,
we
Mr.
call,
Reed, Council.
we call him Clausen. It's,
Uh,
Okay.
So this is the Kennesu Ridge Resort Adventure Park site work, RFD. And a little background, so the site work for the Kennesu Ridge Adventure Park was posted for public tender, which Simon kind of went over already. And this was the second time on June 8th. Following the closing of this tender, there was again only one bid that was received for a total value of $1,055,100. This was unfortunately higher than the previous tender submission and well over the budget amount, which was $350,000 for this work. Administration discussed the bid submissions and the scope of work required for this project, and administration believes that it can complete much of this work internally together with both infrastructure services and environmental and protective services, their departments. Only work that cannot be completed internally would then utilize contractors that could fulfill those needs. Though to accomplish this internally, administration will require some minor operational and project adjustments within these departments, which Mr. Bispelko can speak better to on his side. For those internally on parks, we can rearrange some of our things going on to accommodate that with minimal disturbance, we figure. But administration believes that the potential for the interdepartmental collaboration can be done within or below the 2021 budgeted amounts of the $350,000, and has a potential to expedite the completion of the site work beyond what was anticipated with the tender submission. This does hit a couple of the areas within the strategic plan. Goal 4, to enhance the livability of the community through the strategy within the recreational master plan, as well the 2022 or 2020 emergent issues to be considered in the tactical point 4, finalizing Kennesu Adventure Park plan. The costs, the current approved budget is $350,000 for this work. However, an additional funds of $705,100 would be required should council choose to wish to award this current tender as bid. The source of these funds would need to be determined through finance, however. So the recommended action is to complete this site work internally, contracting out only those that we would not be able to. But we'll take any questions, and Mr. Bispelko can address
thing.
any of those. on his
Councillor
side,
Fadeev.
too, so.
Yeah, I really like seeing it internally, just like your recommendations were. Like another nice thing about this is we can actually get possibly maybe get some of the groundwork done by fall, before the snow falls, and then let that settle before we start seeding and everything else, in case there's some settling or some movement that might be there. I think it's a good way to move forward.
Councillor Scarson?
Yeah, I'm not opposed to this at all either. I think we can generate this out pretty easily. I'm more interested, though, to know what gets put aside in your department and in TNU to make this happen.
Through the reef, I can speak to our side. It would be some of the projects, we would just have to organize where our parks manager, he might have to take on a bit more to free up my time so that I can help manage. We have recently filled the manager spot at Kennesu, so they're coming on board, so they're able to handle, but it'll be slight rearranging it, so it might push some things, but we're not sure the effect. Early conversations figure this will be only a few weeks worth of work, so that may not actually affect too much for us, but we'd have a better understanding of that once if council approves
Okay,
it.
we'll hear from Mr. Bispalko.
Yeah.
Morning, Mr. Eve, members of council. We looked at some of these projects that we were doing, had scheduled for 2021. One of the big ones that came to us that we could probably push over is Range Road 464, the construction of that. To date, there has been no work done on permits and landowner engagement, that kind of thing. So if we were to move forward on that, starting now, by the time permitting comes through, we would be well into late fall, early winter anyway. So that was one of the projects that we were willing to sacrifice, I guess, from the TNU side in order for us to assist in getting this project done.
Okay, thank you. Deputy Reeve.
Thank you, Mr. Reeve. That was one of my questions, how much of a delay? The other question was, how much of the money did we spend already of the 350?
Through the reef, none of that money has been spent
Okay.
to date, as the site work hasn't been awarded. So, yeah, it's still all there.
Can you just give council an idea of the scope of the work that needs to be done?
Yes, through the reef. So some of the site work, it's basically just as mentioned earlier when Simon's presentation. It's a lot of dirt work. So there was a significant amount of soil that had to be moved to set the foundation and the new swing addition. And so that has now left a lot of soil piles around that have to be moved and then graded and landscaped as well. Then there's the addition of a pathway that will be put in. So then there's grading of that and then laying down material on that, and then trees and shrubs and things that we could do in Parkside internally, planting those. Some of the other dirt was going to be used to help with some of the drainage areas with that excess soil as well. So it would just be placing, stripping topsoil, placing, and then following Alberta Parks requirements on that. So it's just a lot of big equipment and stuff, and then we can source picnic tables, garbage cans, and the like as well. But
I just have a question for the CAO then. Is there the ability then, if we were to take this in-house to, because there are going to be portions of the job where we're going to need some extra equipment, I'm not sure if we have the type of equipment for doing that fine landscape work in our Bobcats. A lot of those guys, they're laser guided, they can do the slope and everything. Is there the ability that we could use local contractors on a small basis and call on them?
Thank you, Mr. Reeve, members of council. The answer to the question is absolutely yes. I don't believe that when the acting general manager was speaking to this that we intend to do all of the work ourselves. A lot of the major heavy dirt work that's got to be moved, there's quite a bit of tonnage that has to be moved from one side of the site to the other side of the site. Those type of things we'll do. But as long as some of the smaller work falls underneath those trigger points through the Northwest Trade Alliance, we absolutely, just through our normal procurement process, 3 quotes, go out to local contractors to provide them that work. Absolutely. I don't intend, and I don't think it was ever our intent, to have our guys go out en masse, finish the project and walk away. I think it's more project management, and there will be quite a bit that we'll do ourselves, but I think there's also some of the, as you said, some of the finer work that we'll probably contract out. I know, for example, there's a small kiosk that needs to be built. There's some electrical work. There's some carpentry. Unlikely we'll do that ourselves. That's most likely we'll go to local contractors on, as per our own procurement policy.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Fadeev.
Quick question in regards to the footprint of the swing addition that they had, that it went into the hill, being that it's, not just four corners, but a lot more points there. Could that footprint not have been pushed in a little further or at a different angle to where they had it, that it had to tie into the hill to move all that dirt? Just by looking at preliminary graphics, it was easy. For me, I was like, oh yeah, I would have just moved that footprint further down the hill versus being way up.
Well, through the reef, I'm not sure on the exact reasoning why they positioned it. I know there was some setback restrictions from slope edge and things that they were trying to play with, but I'm not clear on why they maintain that same position, knowing that you'd have to remove further soils and stuff.
Just a question, because I think I asked a lot of questions to him, and we're just going around in circles, so I thought.
Councillor Shane.
Thank you.
Yeah, just a quick question before I make a motion to go with recommendation option number 1 to Brian, Mr. Bispolko. Range Road, did you say Range Road 464?
Through the Reeve, yes, that 464 was the one that was on the schedule for 2021.
Okay, which portion of that, which range or township would that be in the 464?
I don't know.
Okay.
Sorry.
I don't remember
know
that
we
road
had
on the list, so I'm just wondering where.
Sorry, I know we had a construction project on 464. I just don't know, I don't recall
Okay.
the township road on
Okay.
it.
Okay.
Sorry.
No problem, thank you. Then I will go ahead with my motion, to make a motion to go at recommendation option number 1.
Okay, thank you.
Just one more question. So why couldn't we do 464 and the ski hill and push the ski hill towards the end of this, before the ski hill season opens up? Could we not do both, since it's only 2 weeks worth of work, not as far as complete, but in the general, as far as the heavy lifting goes, the heavy dirt work, and the finishing up possibly next spring?
Through the Reeve to Councillor Fadeev, we could, but as I mentioned previously, is that landowner consultation, the permitting and stuff like that for 464 to this point hasn't been, if we wanted to get that done, it should have been started earlier in the year. So that's the reason why 464 was put on the sacrificial block,
Because
so to speak.
it's behind already, and, okay, got it. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so we have I do have a question for you, Mr. CAO. And it's in regards to project management. So the remainder of this project, I've lost some confidence in our earlier presentation, that is being fully looked after. How are we going to ensure that the rest of this project is managed properly?
Thank you, Mr. Reeve. Members of council, the rest of this project is going to be managed out of my office with Parks and Rec and Transportation reporting to me on this project at this point.
Okay, thank you.
The other thing I should clarify, we're not sacrificing 464. It'll just get delayed till next year. It's a bit more detail to Councillor Fadeev's question. If the weather holds up, we would be able to continue with 464 into November, but it's unlikely we'd be able to work on the side of the hill in November. So I think getting the one done first, working on a road project, if we had some decent weather into late October and early November, it is possible that 464 could still go ahead, but I worry that it would take less inclement weather to throw the rest of this project off course. I think that's probably, in terms of the completion, I think that's probably a bigger issue. And if we didn't get 464 done this year, it would be on the top of the pile for next year's construction projects anyway.
Great, thank you.
Okay. We have a motion from Councillor Duchesne that council direct administration to cancel the Kennesu Ridge Snow Resort Aerial Adventure Park. Oh, it goes on. And that site work be tendered, site work tender, and further that council directs administration to proceed and with the project internally. Only contracting out portions as required and as budgeted within the 2021 approved MD capital budget. Okay, that makes more sense. Okay, any further discussion?
Yeah, Mr. Reeve, I
Yes.
just wanted to say that you enjoyed the presentation a lot more than I did.
Okay, with that, we can call the vote. And that is carried. Thank you. All right, back to GM Yawns. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Reeve.
And this is authority for primary and secondary highways.
Correct. So this RFD, the MD peace officers do not currently have the authority to perform their duties on primary or secondary highways that run throughout the MD, including highways 55, 28, and 41. As the officers traverse the MD, they often encounter Traffic Safety Act violations that they are trained and capable of dealing with, but cannot be given their lack of authority. It is therefore proposed that council considers not including within the boundaries of the town of Bonnyville and the City of Cold Lake Administration's request to seek Solicitor General approval to have our peace officers' appointments amended to permit enforcement activities on primary and secondary highways within the MD. So the benefits, while the primary focus of the MD peace officers would remain within the MD Bonnyville roads and infrastructure, having the ability to take enforcement action when traveling primary or secondary highways would enhance public safety in the MD. It would also assist the RCMP in meeting their traffic safety mandate and reinforce the MD's commitment to ensuring residents and road users are safe while traveling within the municipality. The disadvantages would be human resources would be expended and the MD would not see any financial benefit from this change. All fine monies collected would be routed to the province as a financial agent responsible for maintaining the primary and secondary highways. The public would need to be made aware of the change in order to avoid negative feedback after the implementation. So yeah, we do, the attachments, we do have the procedures that the peace officers would do on those highways. And then also the Solicitor General Bulletin, and then also the request for amendment for the authorization appointment.
Okay.
So,
Councilor Scarson.
Yeah, I just have a quick question about the, so where does this stem from? Where is this coming from?
so this was talked in during our strat planning meeting. One of the discussions was to take some of the kind of enforcement from the RCMP. We don't see much on our primary highways anymore. Seeing that our peace officers do utilize the highways from going from one side of the municipality to the other, that we could do some enforcement action. We could allow then, you know, if they do see a speeder going 130, that they could do something to help reduce that or keep people on their toes, I guess.
Councilor Swigert, Fadea, and then Duchesne.
Yeah, Mr. Reeve, I would just say I'm in favor of this, and Councillor Scarson, I hope it came from council, because we're looking for enhanced capabilities, and these guys are driving these secondary and primary highways anyway, so why not? I mean, it's not as if, you know, it's not really costing us. I don't think it's going to cost us anymore. We're driving them anyway. So I'm in favor of that one.
Sorry, we're not, but we shouldn't be driving them anyways, right? So it does actually cost us, because then we're not patrolling our own roads anymore, right?
All I can say is, no, but they're still using these, right? And when they're, even if they're going from point A to point B and they're staying on our range roads and then they cut across one of these roads and see something happening, like, why not give them the capability of actually doing something about it? Because right now, people just know that constables can't do anything on a secondary or primary.
Okay, Councillor Fadeev.
I see this can work as long as we're very careful of how we patrol it. We don't want to be patrolling first and secondary, primary highways, which are number one or number two. So a good example is if there's been a crime spree on a rural area. I was going to say Ward 4, but I'm not going to say that. But if there was something happening there and somebody said it was a red truck, it was an older Ford, this way when it's on a primary highway, we can't stop that person for in case they're speeding, right? We can't do that. So is it preventative? I think so, but again, I don't want to see us going out there looking for people to speed, and that's not our job, so.
Councillor Shane and then Deputy Reeve.
Yes, we've discussed this before, and to me, again, it is some downloading from the province, and I don't think the residents of our MD need to see us stopping people on the highways when they're looking for action on their own municipal roads. So I would not be in favor of this, and I'm going to make a motion right now to recommend action number 2.
Right, okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Deputy Reeve.
Thank you, Mr. Reeve. I am not in favor of this either, because this means our CPOs will be spending less time on our roads, the MD roads, and a lot of the crime does occur in the rural areas. So I am not in favor of this. Thank you.
Ms. Ray, I'll just say that this doesn't mean at all that they'll be spending less time in our rural roads. Not at all. We're not asking them to go patrol the highways and secondary roads. We're just saying, then if you're crossing or chasing something like Councilor Fadeev said, you have that capability.
Okay, Jim?
So if we can go to Appendix A, in our procedures, we do highlight some of the concerns that has been brought up here. Let me just find it here. So I believe under 5, the MD peace officers may utilize their authorities on primary and secondary highway while traveling from one location to the other. On 6, peace officers are not to conduct routine enforcement on primary and secondary highways and shall focus most of their enforcement activities on local MD roads and infrastructure. So it just, in the procedures, it does say that there will be no focus on the highways. Our main focus will be on our roads, but it just gives them the authority, if they do see something out of the ordinary or a speeder, that they can pull them over. So again, main focus will be our roads, our people down our roads. So we have addressed that in the procedures.
Yeah. You know, we've got lots of folks who work here who travel Highway 28 in every day, and I'm sure that they've seen some of those situations where you've got somebody who's driving either erratically or way beyond the speed. To have our resource out there to have maybe do something about it and maybe save a life, I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
Yeah, Mr. Reeve, I was just going to say that, you know, we've been pushing for years the Rural Crime Initiative and how do we, help with that. And we talked about kind of giving these guys enhanced capabilities, and I'm surprised that now council is sort of saying, well, no, we don't want to do any of that. I'm surprised, actually.
Councilor Scarza.
Well, I'm curious as to, how does this improve rural, because now we're talking traffic safety, are we talking rural, like rural crime and rural safety? So I don't think they correlate at all, unless you're saying now that the RCMP are going to actually devote more time to the MD, which I don't think you'll get either, right? So I guess, okay, they're not going to focus, so why would they be on the highway? So it's just Highway 28, right? So why would they be on Highway 28?
Highway 55 also, and Highway 41.
Well, they
So-
do, they don't do any of those highways right now?
No, they do not. They do not. So
So, like, are you able to get a commitment from the RCMP then to say, okay, you guys look after that, we'll spend more time doing this?
yeah, I don't think you'll get a commitment from the RCMP to focus more on crime. This is just to assist them on any of the traffic enforcement, if so wish.
Okay, Mr. CEO.
Thank you, Mr. Members of Council. This is not anything, you know, the question of why is a peace officer on Highway 21? Let's say a peace officer, or on Highway 28, peace officer is en route to do something in Glendon, and he happens to be on Highway 28, and his radar goes off with a guy going the other way at 160 kilometer an hour. This merely gives the peace officer the opportunity and the ability, as opposed to flashing his lights at him once, to actually hand out a speeding ticket. Often, peace officers are either crossing or going someplace to a meeting or to some other event, and they happen to be on a primary highway because it's the most convenient way to get from point A to point B throughout the municipality. So this is not extra patrolling. This is not looking for trouble. This is just if I'm on Highway 28 or our Director of Public Safety is on Highway 28 going to a meeting with somebody, or on 41 or on 55, and it happens, the radar goes off and somebody is doing something that they shouldn't be doing, that gives us the opportunity to solve that. And I think that actually is a benefit to the municipality. It might not be real crime, but it is certainly public safety. We're not looking out there on the primary highways. We're not patrolling it. We're not setting up radar. We don't have a guy in mirrored sunglasses behind a billboard. This is just, if you happen to be going from point A to point B and somebody is speeding, that gives our peace officers the ability to resolve that issue.
Councillor Frediv.
Yeah, a couple of years ago, I heard where there was an incident of a truck and a trailer ripping off somebody's bumper, and our peace officers were there at the time, and they were made known of the situation, but because they were not in their jurisdiction or not on a non-primary highway, they couldn't do anything, and that to the ratepayer that was there was very disappointing, and kind of saying that we don't do anything, we can't do anything when something was obvious like that. So that's where we can enter into stopping them on Highway 28 if we need to. So
That's right.
So this would give them the ability to do anything under the Traffic Safety Act then?
Yes.
Okay.
Only the Traffic Safety Act,
Yes.
yes.
Okay.
Mr. Yance?
Yes.
You and I were driving in a truck 5-6 years ago together, and you could describe that one, but it was a stolen vehicle. It was parked on the side of the road. We called it in, and so, we called it into our department, and they said, no, we don't do that because it's not our jurisdiction. And so, kind of disappointing, right?
It is.
I mean, now we're going to give them the enhanced capabilities to drive faster with lights and sirens, but now we're going to say, well, no, if you're going to track this guy, don't do it on the highway because that's not our jurisdiction.
Yeah.
I think it's kind of sad.
Yes.
I think if somebody is driving 160 clicks, they're not going to pursue that vehicle because of danger and yeah.
Okay, I'm just getting back to the motion here. The motion that was made by Councillor Duchesne is that council deny their request and no change to CPO authorities be considered further relating to primary and secondary highway enforcement. Okay, is there any further discussion on the motion? Oh, Councillor Scarson.
Yeah, so to be clear, so I'm not going to be in favor of Councillor Duchesne's motion here, but reluctantly. I mean, I do feel that it is just another way to let the RCMP off the hook a bit, let's say. That's my concern here, is now it's just something less for them to do. And how does it pay off for us, really? Like, it does take our guys off our roads more, no matter what you say, because if they pull someone over and they got to do the paperwork, there's an hour less that they spent on our road, right? Where the RCMP should have been doing their job to start. And secondly, we won't see this pay off with more RCMP presence. So that's where I'm being reluctant, right? So, but I agree, you're right. If I don't want to see our guys having to stop because they hit Highway 28 when they're chasing someone down or doing whatever. So that's where I'm getting at. Seems like an easy couple for the RCMP.
Yeah, and I'll just add in then that, you know, part of this council's job is to look after public safety. And if we have the ability through our resources to perhaps save a life, do we not consider that? And this is talking a rear-off one occurrence where you have somebody who is doing something that's absolutely stupid. And we have a resource going down the road. Do you not feel there's some onus on us to use that resource to perhaps stop an accident?
You're right, Mr. Reeve. I'm interested to see in a year from now what the stats are, because it might be one ticket in the next month,
Yeah.
but I guarantee it'll be a couple dozen tickets a month, a year or two from now, which means that now we are patrolling these highways more.
And
right?
so if that's the case, then we have a policing committee where we bring this up and we tell the RCMP, you know, you guys need to spend more time on these highways. We've already got a communication route that way. This is not meant for us to be patrolling out there. This is the one-offs. Councillor Duchesne.
According to the RCMP, they have a division in St. Paul with 2 or 3 officers that patrol the highways on a regular basis, and that is their mandatory job, and they're dedicated to that. So I don't believe the residents of the MD of Bonnyville will be happy with this decision, so going ahead with it. So that's why I made the motion to deny it. So
The St. Paul detachment are allotted 2 days to work on Highway 28 a month. So with that, we have a motion to deny the changes. Okay, we can call a vote.
Apologies, eScribe is
Is down.
down again.
Okay.
If we could do, except for Councillor Scarson, thank you, Darcy.
Okay. Also, we're doing some.
Some hand motions, please.
Okay. So all in favor of the motion to deny the request for change? Okay. He already said. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Sure. Okay. Okay. All opposed to the motion? Okay. That is defeated. Okay. With that, do we have another motion? With that, do we have another motion?
Yeah, Mr. Reeve, I'll make the motion that we actually give them that capability to
Okay.
travel those highways.
Council option 1, that council approves the request as stated. Okay, discussion on the motion.
I'd like to call for a recorded vote on that, please.
Okay, thank you. Okay, any discussion on the motion?
To approve.
I guess the only comment I would have is we have the policy there in regards to, it lays it out that this is not going to be a regular practice, that it's not supposed to be a routine patrol.
Yes.
And that it is only in an emergency case. We're going to have to, we would have to do some work obviously on communication of that as well. Councilor Scarsden, do you have anything to add there? No? You're good?
No, I think you're exactly right. I mean, I'm interested to see how this goes, and a year from now, we can have this discussion the other way around,
You
I
bet.
guess.
Okay. Okay, with that, we can call the vote.
Hand motion request again, Mr. Reeve.
Okay, okay. All in favor of the motion? All opposed? That is carried. Thank you.
Mr. Reed? I would, obviously not all of council is in agreement with this matter, so what I would ask our Public Safety Department to do is on their quarterly report to council is to report on how many tickets were written and the reason for those tickets written on primary highways.
Okay, thank you. Okay, next item. You are up on the hot seat for a long time this morning.
Yes, I am. I'll probably be here all morning. So next would be our MD Rural Community Policing Committee terms of reference. So this reference, or the terms of reference have been updated since the last time. So if everybody wants to go to Appendix A to review the terms of reference.
3 times this far.
So again, this is the, bring it up here. This is the MD Bonnyville Rural Community Policing Committee within the MD Bonnyville. It is designated to provide a mechanism for community input, guidance, and accountability for policing and law enforcement services provided to the municipality. So in the scope, the committee will provide input on the RCMP, Public Safety Department priorities and objectives for law enforcement services within the MD, receive regular reports from the RCMP staff sergeants and from the Cold Lake and Bonnyville detachments, and the Director of Public Safety concerning community policing issues, initiatives, and statistics, as well as other information as requested by the committee. Provide input on recommendations for the local RCMP annual business plan prior to the presentation and review by MD Council, and discuss policing activities within the MD and any questions and concerns brought forward by the committee members. So the membership of the committee is chaired by the MD Bonnyville Council member. The committee is administered by the Public Safety Department, and the committee will consist of the following members. So 2 council members for a 1-year term appointed at the annual MD Council organizational meeting. 2 members at large from the public who reside within the MD and appointed for a 4-year term by council at the annual MD Council organizational meeting. The Cold Lake RCMP Staff Sergeant or Designate, the Bonnyville RCMP Staff Sergeant or Designate, the General Manager of Environmental and Protective Services, the Director of Public Safety, and the Operations NCO, the Public Safety Sergeant.
Mr. Reed?
Oh, we have Councillor Fadea first.
Oh,
I love e-scribe because I actually had notes on here, so that was good. Mr. Yance, in regards to your, this looks really good. I hope this will be the norm. I was at a meeting, there was some overlap that was happening.
Yep.
And what I did see is I seen the City of Cold Lake peace officer here at the time,
Yes.
and he was talking for a long time. That's why I noticed him here. So that doesn't include him in the committee members. I like what we have, because I don't need to know what's going on in Cold Lake or Bonnyville. So this is what it's at?
This is what the committee is consisted of.
So was the other one like just a special event?
Yeah,
or-
so what we did, we previously, last year in 2020, we did have a couple meetings with the City of Cold Lake peace officer, and then also who was invited was the town of Bonnyville peace officer, just so they could get together as a group and talk about the issues that all the CPOs and the RCMPs do have. But talking, with administration, we felt that there was too much outside information coming on board. It was maybe taking up a little bit of our time with the RCMP. So that's why we made sure that we changed our terms of reference, that we do just have the 2 members at large, the RCMP departments that are within the MD Bonnyville, and then our organization. So that's why we wanted to make that crystal clear. We do still see the benefits of meeting with those other CPOs within the area. And so the Director of Public Safety will still have those meetings, maybe a quarterly or an annual, just so they can, touch on issues together as a group.
Okay.
Thanks. If I if I knew that Councilor Kervick had to go right away, I would have let him ask this question first. So, hold on, I think he has a question.
I'll just comment on the committee itself, and that it's a very good opportunity for us to interact with the RCMP in a more casual manner, and they are very forthcoming with their information. I think it gives us a better understanding of what's going out there and what they're facing on the streets and on our roads. And that, and it's a direct route for, if we have concerns with them, to bring them up without having to do it, out in the public. So, no, I think it's a very good committee. I'm not sure what his issue was. What? Councilor Scarson.
Yeah, so I sit on this committee, and it was definitely a little bit of an eye-opener when I started learning some of the stats that they have, but, with that being said, I'll make the motion to approve the terms of reference as presented.
Okay. They anxiously await his return. Did you have a question?
I did. It's not that important, but I was just wondering why the council members are 1 year and at large are 4 years. And I have one more question after that.
Sure. Through the review, we kept the members at large so we have some continuity. There is a lot to learn about the committee and what the RCMP do, and how everything's kept confidential or very private amongst the
No, that part's okay. It's just why a council member is only 1 year. Yeah,
Most-
just a thought.
That'll probably be a discussion that we have in regards to the organizational meetings in general, and positions and how long people stay on a committee. Because we do have people who have been on the same committee for years and years and years. And that has come up before, that maybe we need to have a term for all of our committees. So
So if the Reeve attends these meetings, he's not a voting member then?
there is no voting that goes on. It's strictly information.
Oh, just information? Okay.
Yeah. Okay, with that, we had a motion to approve the terms of reference from Councillor Scarson. Any further discussion? Okay, we can call the vote. And is it working? Hands? Okay, all in
Hands
favor?
preferred.
Okay, mine didn't.
Mr. Reeve, actually, it wasn't this time around. Yours didn't show up, and neither did Deputy Reeves.
Okay. Okay, all in favor? That's carried. Thank you. And I guess we're going to recess now for lunch. It's here. All right, we are back from recess, and the next item on the agenda is, again, with GM Yons, and it's Municipal Emergency Management Operations.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Reeve. So next is the Municipal Emergency Management Operations. Administration is recommending a change for council consideration in the MD Bonnyville Director of Emergency Management position, which leads our municipal emergency management activities. Currently, the role is filled by the Bonnyville Regional Fire Authority Chief. Administration is recommending that this position should be held by someone directly employed by the MD of Bonnyville, given the extraordinary level of authority of the position during a disaster situation. The MD DEM leads a team that creates, implements, and maintains all high-hazard emergency management program that prepares a municipality to respond to and recover from a major emergency and disaster. The director also is responsible to conduct training exercises with the MD staff and stakeholders on a regular basis, as well as promotes community resilience through personal management preparedness. Benefits moving of the position within the MD are makes the position more directly accountable to the MD, enables more effective and efficient communications across departments within the organization, improves the position understanding of internal and external municipal protocol and procedures, and enables additional fiscal awareness as a position will be responsible for the municipal emergency management budget, not only during an emergency or disaster, but also prior to the emergency. So with the recent staff addition to the MD, there is now a qualified senior staff available for the internal fill of the DEM position. For the past 6 months, this person has served as the deputy DEM. So, and then more time will also be required by the MD of Bonnyville, one of the disadvantages. So for council, if they want to review the resume of the person that we're recommending, we do have that also in closed session. There is a lot of personal information on there. So yeah, administration is recommending that Louis Gandolfi would be the DEM for the position.
Mr. Reed? So
Deputy.
now who will be the deputy DEM?
Currently, we do have a few people that, within our organization, that we would make the recommendation, but right now we are just looking at the DEM position. So administration would then make the recommendation for the deputy DEM.
So in the meantime, there will be no deputy.
Within our organization, we do have people qualified for the deputy DEM that could step up. Right now, we had a few options, but their roles are quite full right now. So we want to make sure that we have the proper person.
So, Mr. Eva, a couple more questions. Will this person also be the DEM for the Village of Glendon and the Summer Villages?
That would be our recommendation, that we would continue with our other partners and create MOUs, municipal, so understandings that we can help operate with them, yes.
And Mr. Reeve, to Mr. Jans, who's the DEM for the town of Bonnyville, or who will be?
Currently, I believe the regional fire chief is still the DEM for the town of Bonnyville.
So he's going to stay as a DEM there, and we'll have a different DEM.
As far as I know, yes.
Thank you for now.
Yeah, Mr. Reed, my comments kind of go against this. I haven't seen any problems since, 2000 that we've had a regional DEM and everything's worked fine. I'm just kind of surprised or questioning why we think the system isn't working. And I looked at the advantages and didn't really see those. I mean, communication is both ways. I don't really see why there hasn't been a problem for 20 years, but there is now apparently. So just kind of questioning why we're fixing something that's not broke.
I wouldn't say it's broke either. One of the challenges that we do have, and we did experience this on our last emergency that we had for the Moose Lake Fire, the DEM was out on site on the fire and wasn't within the building making those decisions. We had our team around council chambers here. Our deputy DEM was kind of the leader within here, but the DEM really should have been here on the site of the emergency. So that's one of the issues that we do have.
Okay, Councillor Duchesne.
At this point, I think I'd like to make a motion that we go ahead with the recommendation on council options 1. If Mr. Gandolfi has any concerns or anything before we complete that motion.
Okay. Further discussion? Deputy Reeve? Okay. For myself, I would also be in favor of this move, bringing it in-house. This is accountability 101, where we're responsible for the funds that are expended. We need that accountability to be in-house.
Yeah, I felt. Thank you, Mr. Reeve. To Mr. Yance, was the fire chief notified of this change or no?
We did have some communication earlier this week, when he did see it on the council package, but no, we have not communicated to the fire chief. We wanted to wait to see what council's decision was, if we were gonna go ahead with this or not.
Yeah, Mr. Reeve, I have nothing against, use respect to our Staff Sergeant Gandolfi, but yeah, I'm not quite sure about this at this time. Thank you.
Councilor Dave.
Councilor Kerviak, I know you were, you zoomed in on the last BRFA meeting, but there was a little bit of mention from the fire chief that he knew this is coming down the line.
So, Mr. Reeve, to Councilor Dave, you think he'd be okay with it? Like, I mean,
I don't know if he's gonna be okay with it, but he knew that this was coming down the line.
okay, thank you.
Mr. Reeve, I think I'd brought this up before, but if we do this, I really thought, because it was a regional system, that we should have had discussions with the town, with Glendon, with the summer villages, and just kind of have that discussion first as a council to let them know, what council is kind of thinking of doing. And I don't think that happened, but.
Yeah, we had that discussion already with the regional emergency management plan, and this council chose to not go with that route, mainly because there was too much representation from other municipalities deciding how money will be spent for the MD.
I don't remember that in council, but maybe you guys had a kind of a
Yeah, we had it here at council.
discussion.
But, Mr. Reeve, for the Moose Lake fire, didn't things go okay there?
I think GM Jans put it pretty clearly. The dam is supposed to be in the building, not out on site. You have an incident commander or site commander who's going to look after your stuff out there, and that should be the person who's most qualified to do that job. In this case, if you had a giant fire, I want a fire chief out there. For logistics, you have a person who's qualified to do the job, and in this case, we have a very qualified person who can do that for us.
Don't you think it's better for them to be on hands there?
No.
Why not?
That's not the position of the DEM. They're
Well, we have an assistant them as well.
Mr. CEO.
Thank you, Mr. Reeve, members of council. Just some background information. I've been a DEM, been a deputy DEM, have significant training in emergency management. The position of the Director of Emergency Management, even the deputy DEM, is not to be on site. That's an incident commander. Typically, if it was a fire, that would be a fire chief. If it's some other issue, but the DEM manages the Emergency Operations Center and coordinates all activities with the communication to the incident commander. The deputy DEM is typically in the EOC supporting the DEM, and oftentimes if it's a multi-day Emergency Operations Center, that means they work in shifts, and the deputy DEM will run the EOC while the DEM is resting, and vice versa. So no, the DEM and the deputy DEM should never be on site. As a matter of fact, that is one of the tenets of the ICS system, is that a DEM never actually attends the scene. That is incident command. It creates too many points of confusion as who's actually in charge at scene. Is it the incident commander, or is it the Director of Emergency Management? The Director of Emergency Management, high level, is coordinating logistics, finance, communications, emergency response, fire, and all of those other things from the command center. So that's the first thing. Second is, I would suggest, no, we did not speak to the chief for several reasons. Number one, it wasn't our place for us to presuppose the decision of council. Council had not made a motion. Council had merely asked for us to make a recommendation. We will very quickly inform Fire Chief Melvin of council's decision, and we will work with them to transition over a period of several months into this. And I think thirdly, given not only that the municipality has decided to just not be there's a deliberate decision made by council, I understand, to not be part of the regional emergency management plan, which forces the question of the Director of Emergency Management. If you've decided not to be part of the emergency plan, then we have to have our own plan. Our own plan would start with who is going to lead up that plan, and that would be a Director of Emergency Management. So for those reasons, we are where we are today. As for the deputy DEM internally, I'm not 100% sure, but I believe that's an administrative appointment. And we certainly have some qualified people on staff, and probably at the next council meeting, we'll have a name that will be brought forward to council as the appointment for the Deputy Director of Emergency Management for MD of Bonnyville.
Yes, one more question. Not sure what we had for breakfast this morning, me and you, but I've never been like this before. Anyway, what about other MDs in counties? Isn't there a fire chief there, Dem?
You know, Councillor Kubiak, I'm can't answer that. I'm
In
not familiar.
most other counties, the fire chief is also an employee of the county,
Unemployed,
an employee.
or an employee?
In this case, this is not an employee. This is from an outside organization.
Yeah, but still responsible to council. Council provides the
Not
budget.
accountable to council.
No, I know not accountable in your terms. I know what you mean, yeah.
Mr. Reeve, I might be able to shed some light on that. In many municipalities, the fire chief is the Director of Emergency Management, which also presupposes that any emergency will be fire-related. That is not always the case. There are regional systems throughout the province where there is a regional fire commission, but each municipality has their own DEM who works with a regional DEM. That's not uncommon. It's also not uncommon that the fire chiefs, when their employees are also Director of Emergency Management for, in many rural municipalities, the CAO also holds the title of DEM, or the Assistant CAO or one of the General Managers holds the title of DEM as well. It's, I'd say a vast majority are likely the fire chiefs, but we have a very unique situation here where we have an external agency which through some interconnection is in charge of our fire and our fire response. But fire is not necessarily an emergency in terms of emergency management, and emergency management is not always a fire. So given the uniqueness of the situation, and again, the fact that the MD of Bonnyville specifically determined not to be part of the regional emergency plan, it's not that it just hasn't been signed. A deliberate decision was made to not join. We have to have our own emergency plan at that point. It would be difficult for us to say we have an emergency plan if there was an emergency through the regional system when we actually decided not to be part of the regional system. So we have to create our own emergency plan, and through that is what that hierarchy looks like in terms of who's the DEM and the deputy DEM and what that looks like internally.
Deputy Reeve.
Thank you, Mr. Reeve. Sorry for all these comments here. You said we're not part of a regional plan, but we're still planning to have the village of Glendon and the 3 summer villages on with us as well, so we are part of the region.
Through the Reeve, so the village of Glendon and the summer villages are part of the regional plan, the formal regional plan that we elected to not be part of. If they would care to come to the county in terms of the emergency plan, that's an offer we'll make, but they are certainly not forced to come with us. They are part of the BRFA and the regional plan with the current Director of Emergency Management as their DEM. They are under no obligation to join us if council chooses to appoint our own Director of Emergency Management and to create our own plan. That is entirely up to the summer villages and to the village of Glendon as to what they would like to do. We would be perfectly happy to entertain some cooperation and collaboration with them in terms of emergency management, but my understanding is they are part of us, they are signatories to the regional plan. So this direction may not include Glendon and the summer villages.
Mr. Reeve, sorry, of course they're going to join us, the MD of Bonnyville. So we're going to have a regional plan with everyone except the town of Bonnyville, and we'll have a DEM, an MD employee, being the DEM for the village and the summer villages.
If they choose.
Well, they will choose, I know that, I'll guarantee you. Thank you.
GM Palmer, you have something to add there?
My apologies, Reeve and Council. The summer villages, we had a motion in council 2 years ago to absorb them under our plan, whether it was a regional plan or not. The summer villages was not, or the village of Glendon was not at the time.
And the village of Glendon,
To
they
be clear
did.
on that, we have a motion on council that the summer villages are administered through us.
Yeah.
The summer villages will be R, you said?
They-
But not Glendon.
Glendon never was, no.
So what are they going to do?
They would work either with the existing plan or make motion to come through the MD of Bonnyville at that.
Yeah, they'll be part of our plan. Okay, well, thank you.
Councilor Fadave.
This is not really a regional plan, because you're saying, so Bonnyville is the only one that will be excluded? Well, there's a city just north of here called Cold Lake that has their own. So, and we have a lot of ratepayers of the MD that surround the city of Cold Lake as well. I understand what you're saying, but I never seen it as a regional plan when it was never really a region. It was just,
Yeah, Mr. Reeve, that so-called city was never part of this regional plan anyway. So why was it called a regional plan if the city of Cold Lake wasn't part of the plan?
that's my question.
So mine too.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not arguing there. I'm just saying that I never seen it when when I came here, I've never seen it as a regional plan, because the region should be what we surround, right? We surround City of Cold Lake, we surround Bonnyville.
We don't surround the city of Cold Lake, do we?
Pardon me?
Do we surround the city of Cold
We
Lake?
do, all of it.
We surround the town of Bonnyville.
And Glendon,
Yeah, so
right?
they're going to be out of the plan now? It
But
doesn't
they're-
make sense to me somehow.
But they were never on the plan, so I don't know what the definition was that before.
Because they wanted to be on their own, that's
Mr.
why.
Reeve, the,
Councilor Swigert.
just a comment, when the Fort McMurray fires were happening, or sorry, let's not talk about this. The Fort McMurray fires, when they hit, we kind of all got together, and I think our DEM met with Cold Lake, and then again, when COVID hit, when that first started, they all did work together really well anyway, Bonnyville, the MD, and the city of Cold Lake. I just hate to see us kind of, throw this out, but
Okay, let's get back to the recommendation at hand, and we have a motion that council approve the appointment of Louis Gandolfini as the Director of Emergency Management for the MD of Bonnyville. Any further discussion on the motion? Okay, we can call the vote, and it's by hands then.
Yes, Reeve Sawchuk, moving forward for the rest of this meeting, if we could vote by hand, that would
Okay.
be appreciated. The votes will still come up on the screen and the results.
Okay, so if everyone just make sure your hand is seen by Jolene, I guess. All in favor? All opposed? That is carried. Thank you. Okay, next item. Straight from emergency management to beavers once again.
Yes, another emergency, always. So right now, we did make some recent amendments to our beaver control policy. This policy was presented to the policy committee a few weeks ago. So the big changes to the policy was the payment schedule. Previously, we did not have a payment schedule within the policy, and administration did receive a lot of calls when people were missing their $20 checks. So in the new policy, we do have a payment schedule in there, and we can let everybody know what that payment is. Also, within the policy, we did an amendment to our service agreement for blasting. Previously, our agreement when we go blast beaver dams was not within the policy, so we did add that also to the policy. And a few other grammatical changes our administration did, but overall, still the same policy, just a few more additions to it. Is there any questions to that?
Okay. Questions? Okay, seeing none, do we have a motion to adopt the policies then? Councilor Fadave? Okay. Any discussion? Okay. We can call a vote. All in favor of the beaver control policy? All opposed? Seeing none. That is carried. It's nice to be on the same side there, Deputy Reeve.
It's touch and go. According to eScribe, there's bugs in the system, and it has to do with a timeout issue. If you're inactive for more than 15 minutes, it will not work.
Okay, next one is the Peace River landfill tour.
Okay, so administration was informed a couple weeks ago that the pilot project up at Peace River that is now taking place, they are having some positive reviews coming out from that gasification biomass project that they are working on. So we did discuss at the last waste reduction committee that we should go take a look at the system, see how it's working. They are working some bugs out of the system. When it was first put in place, the system was supposed to take all of the regular day-to-day household garbage and turn that waste into energy. So over the past 6 months, they've had some challenges. They've had to change kind of what that biodigester uses from wood, mass, fat, to other sources of material to make it work. So we are asking council if we could have permission to go tour the site, tour the biodigester, see how it's doing, see the pros and cons. Administration did conduct our feasibility study earlier this year. And right now, the feasibility studies we haven't presented the results to council quite yet because we don't know what all this biodigester can utilize. So this will be part of that final study and final report back to council of what we can see it actually works on. So is there any questions?
Okay, Councilor Fadeev.
Yeah, just a quick comment in regards to Peace River Waste Management System. They took the lead with all this, and they did an amazing job. They are at a pilot facility and everything done through Alberta Environment. And I don't know if Art's going to have any hair left by the time we see him, but yeah, they've done a great job being a pilot, and we'd like to see where this goes.
So,
Mr. Reeve, is this a one-day affair? One day?
yes.
Well, it might be 2 or 3 weeks, but I think one day probably be.
Just wondering if we can take a bus and all council go.
Okay, so right now you're looking for just the
The waste
committee.
reduction committee. So if,
Okay.
we'll leave that up to council.
And from what I understand from the reading, that there's going to be a presentation on this at the CARE conference as well.
Yes, when we host the CARE conference in the first week in September, there will be a presentation on there.
Okay, okay. Okay, discussion? Okay, do we have a motion?
Yeah, Mr. Reeve, I'll just make that motion that we approve the waste committee going to 10.
Okay, that members of the Waste Reduction Committee attend the tour at Peace River.
Yeah.
So, Mr.
Okay.
Reeve, who's on that committee? Thank you.
Okay. Okay, any further discussion? Okay, all in favor? That's carried. Thank you. Okay, we are on to the second page of the agenda.
Thank you.
Thank you. Planning and Community Services. Good work, Mr. Jans. Thank you, Mr. Jans. You can breathe now. Okay, our first item is just the quarterly report.
Sorry, I saw green and thought it was a go. So I have before you the quarterly report for the Planning and Community Services for April, May, and June of 2021. Administration is presenting council with a quarterly summary for these months on behalf of the department. You will see Appendix A, the report for Planning and Development, B, report from Parks, Rec, and Culture, as well as C, reports for the Community 2021 Association Operating Policy 3C011, the associations that we have actually funded through requests through an application. Appendix D is a report from Parks, Rec, and Culture, again, for the Community Action Grant Funding Policy 3C012. Lots of information, so versus going through all of it individually, we'll just field questions if you like.
Let's go by appendix, starting at Appendix A for planning and development. Are there any questions there? Councillor Fadev.
Just a quick question in regards to the building permit summary. Probably took us some time to get going, as we see here. January, February, we're like, oh, all-time record lows. So now I'm seeing like 2 million, 3.5 million. What's in the hopper now? Are we still moving along with the economy here and building houses and?
So
Yeah.
what we're not going to see moving forward like we have in the previous years is industry permits, because most of our industry now are accredited, building and safety code-wise. So we don't see those coming through. So those were a lot of our bigger totals that you saw in the early 2000s, for example. So you may see that this is mostly just the intermediate commercial and residential, and the ones that are not accredited, which are becoming far and few.
So with the ID 349 being amalgamated into the MD, so all the planning, does that change at all? Did we always do the permits for them as well, or is that something new to your team?
So ID 349 actually went through the city of Cold Lake through inspection services, which we are contracted with as well. So now it's just a continuity moving over to the MD as part of our permitting system through the same company.
So then we'll see an uptick in these numbers as that goes up.
I certainly hope so.
Okay.
If they are accredited, though, you will not see that, because they do that all in-house. So if they're accredited with their own building inspector, their own plumbing, gas, sewer, and electrical, you will not see these numbers in our municipal numbers,
Oh, okay.
because they are again accredited, right?
Okay, thanks.
So the only indication then would be the change in assessment at the end of the year
Correct.
with those things coming online?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, any other questions on this report? Okay, let's move on to Appendix B, Parks and Recreation. Councillor Duchesne. Oh, sorry.
I have a question. I understand that there people are beginning to visit and camp at the Shelter Bay campsite. Is that supposed to be shut down? I'm not sure what's going on there, and people are stating these things to me.
Right. So, two things. It is under public lands jurisdiction currently. They have not reissued the disposition. We have actively applied, so has First Nations. We have just received notification in the recent week, 2 weeks, that we are required to do a First Nation consultation, which we are in the process of compiling the whole information package to be sent out to 11 First Nations and Métis groups. As for people who are using that, again, Public Lands has the ability to manage that. How they manage that really has no reflection on us. If we are awarded the disposition, then we would be in control of that disposition.
Councillor Scarson.
Yeah, I just want to touch base on a few of your comments, or a few of your updates. So this was updated June 30th, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like up to date for June 30th? Okay, first, so when is the trestle, when is that paving scheduled to start exactly?
They are scheduling a kickoff meeting here in the recent few days here, so then that will be scheduled to start commencement probably the beginning of August, mid-August.
Okay, and then the green chairlift, so insufficient bid. So I guess who would be eligible for that, or what's the plan going forward for that?
We need to be able to put a RFP together that is quite detailed in engineering requirements, and there are 2 companies, possibly 3 in all of Canada that can actually submit to this type of a RFP simply because of the engineering. You are looking for specialty companies. So we have feelers out to one of these companies, possibly 2, to help us build an RFP that would cover the scope of the green chair. It's an enormous project.
So then I guess with something like that, it would be like you can't just put it up and hope that people bid on it. You have to actually go and find the companies that would put
Well, we
bids on
put it the
these?
same process, right, as ACP, sorry, through the Reeve to Reeves Carson, that we would put it no different than any project that we have. It goes through ACP and to our website as well. And these, hopefully, these companies will be part of the process of proposals.
Okay, so then, what about the outdoor rinks? I guess what's an update on those?
To the Reeve and to Council Scarson, the arenas, right now, the Cherry Grove is actually in preparation of electrical as well as the foundation pour. We had a little bit of moisture in the Ardmore, so things are proceeding actually quite well in that process. So we're on schedule. We're doing good.
Okay, and,
Yeah, Councilor Scarson, in regards to the Cherry Grove one, I drove by the other day. The footings are framed out and ready to go, so it should be fairly quick. Lighting was done about 2 months ago, so now they're getting ready for the pour.
It's just the connection,
Yeah,
right?
I think it was been too hot to pour, so that's.
so are they,
Too cold, too hot.
I guess the million-dollar question, will they be ready to use this winter?
Yes.
You
You're
can
giving me
answer-
a hard yes on that one?
I'm giving you a hard yes.
Okay.
Short of a tornado that takes down the arenas themselves, yes,
Yeah,
it's a hard yes.
so looking like it's gonna get scheduled for probably middle of August, and except for the netting and things like that, might not get done, but overall, everything else will get done.
So then, okay, thank you. And then there's a couple add-ons here to the carryover projects. Remind me what Muriel Lake is?
Muriel Lake is for the equine capability of usage. We had been doing it already, but in order to change that, because it's through public lands, it's not a Parks Alberta property, it's public lands, and in order to add to the existing disposition, we had to do an enormous business plan, which took us almost a month to 2 months to complete. That, following a survey that was required, which takes time because it's all bush and treed, and we finally got that done, and we're just short of submitting it back to public lands for approval.
Okay.
And that's for the
then-
corrals and the horses.
Sure, okay. So then my last question is just about the trails, but I'm guessing we'll be talking about that later on here. Okay.
Okay,
Correct.
Councillor Fadeo, you had a question? Oh, okay, Councillor Swiger.
Yeah, I did have a few here, and just the first one, the MD Trail Project, SE Design, $1 million budget. So what is SE Design, what are they doing for us? They're drawing out this, and what are we paying
The
them?
engineering.
We're not paying them $1 million, are we?
To the Reeve, no, we are not. That is the overall project cost, including construction.
And I think that's
Engineering
coming,
and
that's
construction.
coming up in one of our discussions here, isn't it, the trails? The tender for the parking lot, you said kickoff meeting scheduled early July, has that already happened?
It should be in the next, just a moment. Yes. In the next few weeks, next week,
So it
sorry,
hasn't happened, but it will next week?
shortly, yeah.
Okay. And then you put them together, the Crane Lake wheelchair access and the trestle, so is SC doing, so that kickoff meeting covers both of those ones, I assume?
To the Reeve and Councillor Swiger, yes, it is, included.
And I was curious
For
about
cost saving.
the boat launch, or sorry, the river access point says environmental review process being completed. What is that? Is that like we're doing that internally, or Alberta Environment does that, or who's actually doing this environmental review?
Through the Reeve to Councillor Swiger, that is an application that we need to make through Alberta Environment. The 3 points of access that we are investigating is the Truman Bridge. We are looking at Highway 41, but not on the west side, but the east side, which is a gravel pit that we have a disposition on, as well as the Ardmore, where we are now working with transportation because there is a gravel pit. So we're trying to just make sure that this is moving forward in tandem, or if one has to proceed first before the other one, because we're in an acquisition to acquire that gravel pit.
So just kind of curious about schedule, though. You're saying it's a review process, or is it an application process?
To the Reeve and Councillor Schweigert, this is a investigation where we need to make sure that there's a feasibility. And I'll give you an example on Highway 41. In order to be able to access through those gravel pits, there is an extensive access road that would need to be created. And there, we would have to investigate if that is a cost-effective approach to maybe giving river access at that point.
So is that internal then? Like, we're actually doing that ourselves? Do you expect anything this year?
The process, to the Reeve, to Councillor Schweigert, sorry. The process can be lengthy, depending on the situations that arise, going through the process.
Thank you.
Councillor Shane.
You made mention of the Truman Bridge, Director. Is that the one north or south of Highway 55, or is that the one on Highway 55?
To the Reeve, Councillor Deschênes, it is on the north side of the Highway 55 prior to the bridge.
Okay. I was just, because to me, the Truman Bridge is the one in Mike's ward that goes.
Oh,
Yeah. So it's the
so
one
it's
on
maybe not
50.
that, you know which one I'm talking about, just before the Seabird turnoff.
Yep, the one on Highway 55, right
Sorry.
on the highway. Thank you.
I always thought that was the Truman, maybe not.
Okay.
Good.
Okay, any other questions on that one? Okay. Let's move on to Appendix C. Okay, any questions on the associations, societies, chambers? The dates applied, that's the date that we actually signed checks that went out? Is that the case?
The date that we've, Mr. Reeve, is the dates that we've received the application and therefore process it through finance.
Okay.
And it would have been shortly thereafter.
Okay. Yeah, Deputy Reeve.
Do you know what's happening with Therian Hall? I know it's inactive. Anything going on there?
Through the Reeve to Councillor Kreviak, we are of the understanding that quite possibly they're not an active community board anymore.
Sorry, not active?
We do not feel that they are. We
Yeah.
have not heard from them in over 2 years, so.
I feel the same way. I had some residents call me that they're saying not to give money for them, but just maybe see what happens. I guess eventually we'll just have to take them off, like no use giving them money. Thank you.
Councillor Scarson?
Yeah, I just see North Shore Heights under the association's halls. Like, is that right? Are they qualify for that?
To the Reeve, Mr. Scarson, or Councillor Scarson, that particular group does not have a hall, so they get the 5,000 towards their society every year.
Okay, so they're just they're just on the wrong spot here. Like, should they be below? No hall?
Yes, correct.
Okay. Just wondering.
Oh. I've been up here in a while.
Okay. And is it only our associations and societies then that have to go through the annual application? The Ag Society, they don't do an application, they just provide the information, is that correct?
Mr. Reeve, they all make an application.
Okay. Okay, any other questions? No? Okay, let's go on to Appendix D. Okay, that's just the grant funding for the museum. Okay. Okay, do we have a motion, if we don't have any other questions, a motion to accept this report as information?
I'll make that motion.
Okay, and all in favor? That's carried. Thank you.
Mr. Reeve?
Yes.
As part of this, it's not an official part of this report, but in some of my travels throughout the municipality since I've been here the last couple of months, in terms of non-compliances, I'm bumping into significant non-compliance and infringements on MD municipal reserves on many of our lake properties. I just put it on council's radar that at some point, I think we're going to need to have a conversation about how council would like those infringements on our MRs to be dealt with. There are people who own homes that have now built stuff on some of our MRs. There's currently active building going on some of our MRs. And we don't police it in terms of sending peace officers out on a daily basis to look at this stuff because there is now, it does become a bit of an issue in terms of how we deal with things that are currently built, things that are in progress to being built, and what we want to do with those MRs in the future. I think administratively we'll bring forward as part of the budget some annual funding to start working on some of our MRs in terms of cleaning them up, providing access to the lake, maybe better drainage, a trail system, clearly identifying what our county MRs. They don't show up in these non-compliances because they're a little different, but there is pressure on our municipal reserves from landowners on either side, and I think it's something we'll probably have to look at into the future.
Okay, thank you.
If I may, Mr. Reeve?
Yeah.
We currently have an MRER bylaw that council has been presented through the MPC process. It has been put on hold because we could not do public consultation, which a minimum in Lac La Biche County were 7. We are currently getting quotes to be able to move this project forward with a consultant to do these consultations because it is an extreme problematic problem. So what we are doing is, once we get that done, we're doing an environmental process initiative as well. With this MRER bylaw, it will give us the teeth through the public courts to be able to do the enforcement. And that, again, the enforcement aspect of it will be part of the MRER bylaw that council will see before them once the consultations are complete.
Okay.
And it
Okay.
will address all those concerns.
Councilor Swigert.
Yeah, Mr. Reeve, one more question, Mr. Palmer, on Crane Lake. There's a couple MRs that are supposed to give access to the lake, and apparently the MD kind of hasn't maintained them, and they're apparently blocked by 4x4 posts and that sort of thing. But we did have a plan to go ahead and create another access point. And so how's that going?
To the Reeve, to Councillor Schweigert, the other access was the one that we actually brought to council through a request through a taxpayer from Crane Lake, correct?
Yeah, is that being worked on?
We are doing the adjacent landowner notifications, and we should be proceeding in not too distant future on that one. So again, with the MRER bylaw, these are the things that we'd like to see addressed in the future. It'll be, there's so many large concerns with the MRs and ERs. So this bylaw will give us the ability to move forward with enforcement. Very clear enforcement or education primarily.
Sure.
Then moving forward, because again, this is a very touchy subject with a lot of landowners.
Yeah.
And Mr. Reed, just one more question. I did have a ratepayer recently, actually 2 of them contacted me saying they're working with your department to get, they said they needed a crossing agreement from the MD to be able to move their dock across an MR. And I said, I've never heard of that. They're public. So I'm not sure. Can you look into it and find out why they can't move their dock? Because they need the permission from the MD before they can get the permission from the province for their dock. And they don't want to wait until December to move a dock out.
So, Mr. Reeve and Councillor Schweigert, this has been the 2nd year that the province has done this process. What they need to do from us is just get an approval to be able to cross, to be able to put the dock once it's approved through Alberta Environment.
So can you explain that? What is a crossing agreement, though? I've never heard that. I know like Municor has crossing agreements because industry crosses their trails. So do we now have crossing agreements across public land?
Mr. Reeve, Councillor Schweigert, this is a public land requirement for them to be able to get their application to put the dock in the water, so they want to know from the municipal district if we're okay with that. We've never refused one, never been in a situation where we felt we required to, so it's just a process that public lands put in place.
So is it a short process, though? Because they tried in June and they're still waiting. So I'm not sure why we're not just rubber stamping something that's a process.
Right, so the final approval, Mr. Reeve, Councillor Swigart, is through public lands, and they would need to go back to public lands and find out where the process is.
Well, but right now they're stuck at the MD because the MD won't give them permission, because they say the MD won't give them permission for a crossing agreement. So I'm wondering why are we holding it up?
Mr. Reeve, Mr. Reeve and Councillor Swigart, I will look into that for you.
Deputy Reeve, finally.
Thank you, Mr. Reed. That's okay. To Ms. Palmer, the land that the Tyrian Hall is on, is that the AMD property? My question is,
To Mr. Reeve and Deputy Reeve, my knowledge, most of the community halls own their own property simply because of the insurance aspect of it, but this one we would have to investigate a little
Okay.
bit more to find out because they haven't been very active. So I will look into that and
Thank you.
provide an answer to council.
the reason I'm asking that is somebody should be mowing the grass if they're defunct, you know. Maybe the MD can mow the grass. It's an eyesore there as well with all the weeds and things. Could we perhaps look into that?
Mr. Reeve, Deputy Reeve, we will definitely look into that and
Sure.
provide an answer to all of council.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Mr. CEO, you threw me offline here. Let's let's go back to next item on the agenda, septic discharge issues.
And this, I will ask Lisa Folliott, Manager of Planning, to address that.
We did not need a motion for the...
We already had it.
Oh, we did?
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness.
Good afternoon.
I'm gonna go home.
It was requested by administration for that administration provide information regarding water and wastewater concerns in surrounding subdivisions around Moose Lake and other water bodies within the MD to preserve the lake health and water quality. So when concerns are received regarding water issues related to possible septic failures, they are directed to Alberta Health. The process is completed as per the flow chart attached as Appendix A. After receiving the concern, the local health inspector will inspect based on priority and risk to public health. If the initial inspection results in the possibility of a septic system failure, a second inspection will then be completed with an accredited safety codes officer. If after this second inspection, it has been identified that the existing septic system is failing, the landowner shall then be required to either update the existing system or install a new system to comply with the Safety Codes Act. So this is the stage when the municipality gets involved, as the landowner would be required to apply for a septic permit and comply with all applicable safety code requirements upon the final inspection. The municipality also continues to provide education regarding private sewage systems for residents. An example of this is the attached brochure that we have containing information regarding installation, routine maintenance, and proper use of septic systems. So this is the outline of the process that we follow once we get concerns regarding possible septic failures.
Councilor Swigert.
Can you tell us if it's, how many of these we actually get involved with on a yearly basis?
We've actually had a few this year, and they go to the health inspector, and a lot of them don't end up to be septic failure, but mostly just gray water, and they deal with it that way. We have had a couple that have gone to the safety code officer, but not too many in a year.
Okay.
Councilor Fadeev.
I know with County of Lac-La-Biche, they did a health of the lake, save the lake grant. Was that grant done through Water for Life, or was that another grant? Esther, do you know about what happened there? Because again, they had the similar issues that we do in the MD, and all these cabins that are now houses that are bigger systems that they have, and they've seen a lot of, I guess, ailments in the lake. So everything is gray water and fresh water is provided by, I think this is the last year that everybody has to hook into. They made that mandatory across. I'm just wondering how they got that money.
Through the Reeve, I can double check that, but my understanding was it was through the Environmental Damages Fund, which is a fund through the federal government. How that works is depending on the revenue they receive through infractions and that sort of thing by each individual province determines whether or not they have a budget allocated to that province with the next call. So for example, right now they have issued a call for proposals through the Environmental Damages Fund in the last month or two. However, there was zero balance for the province of Alberta that was allocated. There is another call coming within the next quarter, maybe 6 months. But again, until they make that determination of the allocation by province, we're not sure if Alberta will be allocated any funding.
Yeah, because we're seeing these growths right across from Moose Lake to Crane Lake to Marie Lake, and some of the shores of Coal Lake as well. But yet, no real management as far as where the effluent's going to go and what kind of water sources. Is this too late to start on that, management of the lakes or not? I really don't know, but looking forward to having that conversation.
Through the REAP, there is a other provincial grant program, which is called the Watershed Resiliency and Restoration Program, which this could potentially be a possibility for us to apply for. However, I also know that our local watershed groups also apply for it as well. So I believe our environmental department is consulting with them to see which application would be better for, if we should support their application, or should we apply for it directly.
So that's just, so that grant, is that just a study, or is that actual, we can study daylights out of it. We know that's an issue. We don't want a grant for a study. We want a grant to try to resolve some of the ailing infrastructure that's out there. Yeah, if this grant only has $1 million, that doesn't get you anywhere.
Mm-hmm.
So I think this brings us back to the previous ERMR discussion and the bylaw development there, which would give you the teeth to actually go out and find out the size of the problem that you have. But yeah, this is a smelly issue that's going to come up a lot in that discussion. So.
Mr. Eva, I'll just say, we're in a position as a municipality to, through our planning development department, to look at developments around Moose Lake and other lakes and say we insist on septic systems, not just a dump out or clean out or whatever. We can, and it's so close. It's so close to the town of Bonnyville. The services are there. It means some digging and some work and some costs to residents, but in the long run, I guarantee it's cheaper to have a municipal service than it is for these guys to be pumping these out every couple of months or whatever, in the long run.
Okay. Okay, thank you for the presentation. Do we have a motion to accept this update then as information?
Sure, I'll make that motion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All in favor? Okay, that is carried. Thank you. Okay, next item, cemeteries policy. Okay.
So before you, we have the policy number 1.007, Cemeteries Policy Amendment. Following direction from Council in May of 2019, administration is proposing to amend the policy, the cemeteries policy, to further address requests regarding cemeteries located within the MD of Bonnyville. The policy was reviewed and approved by the Policy Committee in June 22nd, 2021. Mr. Reeve, does Council have questions regarding?
Okay. Everyone has the policy in front of them. Any questions on that?
Yeah, Mr. Reeve, I do have
Okay.
the purpose of the policy says, the purpose of this policy is to establish guidelines for administration to respond to requests pertaining to cemeteries located within the MD. So is this the policy, or are you saying you're going to write another guideline somewhere that will exist? or should it be part of the policy?
Mr. Reeve, to Councillor Schweigart, through the policy, it states that the MD shall not take over ownership, so this provides council clear direction as well as administration in addressing these requests that we have been fielding for the last couple of years, simply because we have 47 approved registered cemeteries plus 15 that are not even recorded with the Edmonton Registry, as well as 62 in total. So this would be creating a fairly large department if we were to ever entertain maintaining just one.
No, but Mr. Reeve, my question was, if you read the purpose, it says to establish guidelines. So is somebody establishing guidelines? Or are you saying, I'm not sure what you're saying here.
So the statement under policy 1, that is the guideline.
So that is the guideline.
Boy, Mr. Reeve, that's a lot of cemeteries.
Yes.
I wonder how many people we have in those cemeteries.
Well, okay, so Mr. Reeve, my question to that is I get calls from folks saying they're looking for the owner of, or whoever's managing a certain cemetery, and some of them I know, some of them I don't. So is that something that the MD actually will at least track, as the name of the cemetery and the location and who actually manages that cemetery? So we can at least pass that information on? And I don't see it in this policy, so I'm...
Mr. Reeve, to Councillor Schweigart, the reason why it took from 2019 to 2021, it was an extensive research that we worked with the province on to be able to match up the cemeteries, and we found a considerable amount more than what we thought we had. And then understanding the policies that come with them, only municipalities can have cemeteries under our jurisdiction, community groups, or churches, religious groups. So to answer that, yes, we have everything as to the ones that are not registered. We very few that we don't have a group to contact.
Should that be in the policy, though? I mean, should it at least say here that the MD will, because it says what we won't do, and it says we'll provide grading and snow plowing, but should
So you're saying we should have a line in there saying that we maintain a...
contact list or something, yeah.
Yeah.
Mr. Reeve, could we make a recommendation that we could do an attachment of the list that we currently have
Sure.
as an amendment?
Yeah. Mr. Seo.
Thank you, Mr. Reeve, members of council. My concern always with this is we're tracking private property. These cemeteries are private. They're held by other organizations. There's only 2 that are listed that are under the auspices of the municipality, and we can't be all things to all people. And I worry that that will lead to something else. I think the policy was pretty clear. We don't want anything to do with the 62, I believe it was, number cemeteries that are out there. We have a policy for snow removal at cemetery sites through some of our other policies. To maintain a registry will require staff time and staff effort to constantly update and maintain that registry, and it's simply not our responsibility.
I sort of agree, don't agree. You're going to do snow grading and I guess whatever, grass cuttings. So you'd have to know. I mean,
No.
MD will continue to provide grading and snow plowing services to cemeteries within the parameters outlined in the existing municipal policies. So does that mean we have a list of probably all the cemeteries that we're going to do that to, and probably a contact person?
Mr. Reeve, to Councillor Schweigart, this means that we will blade our roads in order to have access to these cemeteries for burials, not within the cemetery itself.
Sorry, Mr. Reeve.
Councillor Streisand first.
Yeah, I agree with the CO. I mean, I think we're just creating more work for ourselves for no reason whatsoever. I'm just curious as to Lakeview Cemetery and Russian Greek, like how do they ever end up? Is that just some old deal from way back when, like Mike's time, or?
Sorry, I'm from that time. Mr. Reeve, to Councillor Scarson. The Russian Greek Orthodox, in consultation with the province, there are no burials there. That was a mistaken tax sale or tax forfeiture. So we are actively working with the quarter section owner to acquire this and decommission it in its entirety. The Lakeview Cemetery, when we amalgamated ID 18 South and north. We acquired this because ID18 had it under their jurisdiction.
Okay. Deputy Reeve.
Thank you, Mr. Reeve, to Ms. Palmer. So does this mean we're not going to be plowing the actual cemeteries if there's a funeral?
Mr. Reeve, to Deputy Reeve, that is generally coordinated with the funeral homes. They have generally a contractor that will go and do these gradings. We've never been asked to do them in the past.
Yes, you've done many. In my ward, the MD has done many snow plows for cemeteries when somebody has passed away in winter. They have snow plowed the cemeteries, yes.
Unfortunately,
Oh, yes,
I'm not
absolutely.
aware
I
of
had a few phone calls,
And
and
what ward was that?
that. Oh, boy.
so they were saying, Mike, would you please get this plowed? We have the funeral on, let's say, a certain day. So I would contact the MD, Public Works, and yeah, they would come plow it.
Do they dig the hole too?
Pardon me?
Do they dig the hole as well?
Well, I think you know what they do. They don't dig the hole, like, why would they dig the
Oh,
hole?
that's what I'm just wondering. If you've got somebody going in to dig the grave, then the same piece of equipment could be used to.
I think Mr. Reeve, the F-350 cannot dig a hole for a grave. The one-ton truck that does the approaches for people, the yards when you get a flag.
Yeah.
That's the same. It's a 350 F1 350. They plow the cemetery. They've been doing that for years, ever since I'm on the council.
Mr. Reeve, would I be able to table this at this time and be able to coordinate
Sure.
with transportation in order that we are presenting to you a very solid policy?
Okay.
Mr.
Was
Reeve,
not aware.
sorry, I'd be a dead man if this was stopped.
Hence my recommendation to table.
Mr. CEO.
Thank you, Mr. Reeve, members of the council. I think we're talking about two separate things.
Yeah.
I think the general manager, Palmer, is talking specifically about the cemetery in terms of our overarching policy about not taking them over, and this is our cemetery policy. If we have and Ms. Kiambao was looking it up, if we have a policy on plowing, or if we want to create one on how we would assist a funeral home or a family in terms of the cemetery, in going to any cemetery that's in the MD to assist them. But I think these are two separate. One is a service standard that
Yes.
a service we may provide at any cemetery. Another is that we don't want to own any
Okay.
cemetery. So I would not be surprised if we've done it in the past. It's been pretty common in most municipalities that the funeral home would contact. We did it at Rocky View. The funeral home would contact us. We would go out and we would make sure a parking area was cleared and was ready for a particular memorial or a service.
Okay,
Yeah.
Councillor Swigert and then Scarson.
Okay, so, Mr. Reeve,
Oh, were you? Okay.
if this gets looked at again, I gotta ask everyone to read the purpose, because it says the purpose of this policy is to establish guidelines for administration to respond to requests pertaining to cemeteries located within the MD. So if that's the purpose of it, and then Joe taxpayer calls and says, you know, I have a request for the cemetery, but we don't even have a list of cemeteries or, you know, our contact person, I see the thing is pointless. Either get rid of it or do something.
Yeah, Mr. Reeve, I understand. Thank you, Mr. CEO. I understand what you're saying. There is a separate policy, I believe, to Manager Bispalco that we do plow cemeteries when a person requests in the wintertime. But this is that we have no ownership of cemeteries. But all we need, I don't think we need all this thing here. We just need the MD will not take over ownership of cemetery. That's all we need is one line. The rest is confusing. It's confusing with the policy to snowplow the cemeteries. That's all we need is one sentence, I think. We will not take ownership, and that's it. Right, Ms. Palmer?
To the Reeve, to Deputy Reeve, I have to agree.
Yeah.
Yeah. So can we just tell administration to take this back? So what do we do? Just table it, or?
Yeah,
Go
we'll
back?
just hear from Mr. CEO for a sec.
Thank you, Mr. Reeve, members of the council. So Ms. Kiambao has confirmed with me that we do have a policy. We provide snow plowing to cemeteries
Yes.
upon request free of charge.
Okay.
That's in our snow removal policy. In terms of the policy itself and the intent of the policy and the purpose, we discussed this at our general manager's meeting. I thought the purpose was pretty clear, that we're not going to take over any cemeteries, except, and not except that we're not going to take any over, except we do have a policy regarding snow removal, which still applies to cemeteries, which is why it's still in the cemeteries policy. For any individual in the MD who's interested in contacting a cemetery, as opposed to the MD, the best place to go would be to call one of the funeral homes. If you're in need of a cemetery, you're likely in need of a funeral home. And then the funeral home could certainly provide you with what the best cemetery is. Typically, we don't get calls on cemeteries because we're just curious. Typically, they have another unfortunate reason for the contacting regarding the cemetery. And I would think the funeral homes would be in a much better position to talk about not only the cemetery, who to talk to, but maybe even potentially what real estate was available, what real estate wasn't available, and who to talk to in terms of the actual work that needed to be done at that location. But for me, the policy, council can certainly ask us to send it back. I'm not sure what we're going to do with it, because the purpose is we're not going to take ownership, except for Lakeview and Russian and Greek Orthodox, which we currently already have. And then number two, we will continue to provide services as per our snow removal policy. So I'm not sure what I would do with this if I brought it back.
Yeah.
I mean, the purpose is pretty clear.
The only thing to add, and I would have to agree with Councillor Swigert on this one, is that we already have the information available on the cemeteries that are out there if we were just to provide it as an attachment, and just for information.
Actually, Mr. Reeve, we don't even need a policy like this. It's understood. People know we don't take ownership of cemeteries, or one line, and that's all we need, or an attachment, like you say, a one line, and this can be done away with. Yeah, we don't need this. Doesn't make sense to me. And it says here, snow plowing 2 cemeteries. That's all it says, 2 cemeteries. Do we have another policy to do cemeteries? So, like, I mean, why such confusion?
Councillor Scarson.
Yeah, so I guess just 2 takeaways. I would look for a way to not have the 2 cemeteries that we do have. And secondly, you know, creating a list is fine, but you don't want to have a list that's not current all the time, right? So all of a sudden now, are we keeping track of contacts? Are we, you know, who are we taking track of sales? Like, you're right, funeral home is the easiest way, right? Call the funeral home, they'll tell you where to go.
If you had it attached to the policy, it would have a date as to the last time it was amended. It wouldn't come back to anybody to even look at for the next 5 years.
Yeah, I'm okay with that. I mean, you know, first thing people do is contact the church, contact the funeral home, and between the two, if you can get a, you know, contact name, you know, I mean, I think everybody could, except for the one that we don't have. And I think, is it the Lakeview Cemetery? That's one by Beaver Dam, right? Is that, and that's being worked on, that it might not be on the list in the next couple, 3 years, right?
Mr. Reeve, to Councillor Fadeev, that particular one, we have actually reached out to try to find a group to take it over. We have been unsuccessful, so we are still going to be thriving to make sure that we do not have any under our ownership.
I thought that was kind of, I thought that was kind of family-owned, and it was, so if it doesn't belong to anybody, then why can't anybody else get buried there?
Because the province controls all cemeteries. You can't have family plots run by family. It can only be run by 3 municipal religious group or a rec community. They're very, very strict on that. And as well as I've spoken to the family, and they have been in discussions with the province to be able to register this cemetery properly and legally.
So that's the issue, it's just not, okay.
Councillor Swigert.
Mr. Reeve, I've already beat this one up, but Mr. CAO, when this purpose of this thing says administration to respond to requests pertaining to cemeteries, if you get a call in from a resident asking information about cemetery, that's what this says you're going to do. So we better take it out, because sounds like we're not willing to respond to requests, so take it out as a purpose.
Okay, Mr. Seo.
Thank you, Mr. Emmons, because I think the inference in the request was the request to take the cemetery over, not a request for information about a cemetery. I completely agree with the Deputy Reeve. I would like to see a statement. I'd like a clear statement from council so that when we do say, no, we're not taking over your cemetery, that I have a policy statement from council through a policy to back that up. As for an attached list, we certainly can. It can certainly be, the problem is it'll be a stale dated registry. And I'm always concerned when we attach lists to policies that a future council may consider that to be a list to which we may want to give more consideration to. However, if we want to attach the current list on it, I would await council's direction as to how much effort you would like us to, on an annual basis, to be updating the list. If it's none, that's fine. We'll attach the current list and call it a day. But I certainly wouldn't have any issue if we pared this policy down to a simple statement that the Council of the Municipal of Bonnyville, number 87, has determined that we will not take over any cemetery with the sole exception of the 2 that we currently have under our auspice. I think that's a simple statement, and everything else could certainly go away. We could bring that policy back to the next council meeting. Or just make that amendment today, and we'll just make the amendment to the policy.
Sure. Mr. Reeve, I can't believe we're discussing, we're beating this policy in cemeteries to death. But the other comment I have is, just lately we added that cemetery to the Hutterites, remember? Is that on the list? I think just this year we passed that.
Yes.
Mr. Reeve, to Deputy Reeve, the application hasn't been completed thus far.
Has been?
Has not
Oh, I
been.
see, okay. Okay, thank you. Okay. We passed that in council, that we approved
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
I think we should just table this for a year.
No, we need the statement saying that we're not going to be taking over ownership of cemeteries. As simple as that. I don't see any problem with this as is.
Mr. Reeve, can I just say, though, I got the calls, and maybe people didn't hear this, but I got calls asking about certain cemeteries and who do they contact.
Mhm.
Well, I just kind of thought, well, probably the MD would be a good contact, but if we don't need to, like the Duclos Cemetery by Ardmore is not run by a church. It's run by, the group of locals that live around there, and, it'd be nice to know who they are. So if you want to bury somebody there, you contact that guy, pay your $50 and whatever. I talked to Lise Langers recently. She's been doing a study of cemeteries for 10 years. She's got a complete list already, and probably all the names of the people buried there. So, how far do you want to go? But
Okay, where's council want to go on this one?
Mr. Reeve, I just want to have one simple statement. Like the CEO just mentioned, the MD is not responsible for ownership of any cemeteries, and that's good with me. That's all we need. It becomes clear. And I think Mr. Reeve, Ms. Palmer agreed with me.
So, but if that's all you're going to say, then do we actually do snowplow? Do we clean them up when they ask?
Mr. Reeve, to Councilor Schwager, that's in another policy, that the MD does do snow plowing of cemeteries, right? I believe,
But
because I've had it done all the
This is a
time.
cemetery policy, though, so you either put it in or you get rid of the entire policy.
I've had dozens done over my years, yes.
Councilor Fideo, bring us back in line.
We were told that we're supposed to be here to create policies. This is a policy. I think it looks fine the way it is. And,
Thank you.
Okay.
Well, Mr. Reeve, to Councilor, why can't we have just a simple one-liner for a change? That's all we need. We're not responsible.
Mr. CEO.
With all due respect, excuse me, I'm not finished. With all due respect, sorry, forget it.
Mr. CAO.
Thank you, Mr. Members of Council. So the snow removal policy at cemeteries is included in our snow removal policy, not in the cemetery policy. And there are other organizations in that snow removal policy that we list out. Churches, for example, also can get snow removed, and we don't have a church policy. So now the procedure is that they phone us, they contact us, and then they have to sign a waiver, so that if we damage something when we go in to plow, that we're not responsible for maintaining anything. So they contact us to ask us if we have some ability to plow the cemetery. They sign a waiver, we go out and we plow, to remove the snow for parking or whatever other purposes they have.
Councillor Padev.
Again, under policy, and where it says policy 1, it said the MD shall not take over ownership of cemeteries, its records, obligations, history, or operations, with the exception of the 2. So again, if you want to know who it belongs to, they should know. Or most people will know. Or maybe call 812-5000. I'm not sure.
Okay, is that a motion? Is that a motion? Okay, thank you. We have a motion to approve this policy as amended.
What's the
Amendment.
amendment?
The red is taken, that's the amendment?
Yeah.
So,
Red is out, green is in.
I don't like it, but I don't like it.
Option 1.
Okay, discussion on the motion? Okay, we're all in favor of the motion to adopt this cemeteries policy? And all opposed? That's carried. Thank you. Let's cross that one out. Okay, next is Community Association Insurance Policy.
Policy 3C004, administration is proposing an amendment to this policy to include more detail on eligibility criteria for community associations being named as an additional name insured under the MD of Bonnyville's insurance policy. The policy was reviewed and approved by Policy Committee on June 22nd, 2021, or 1. Jeez, I'm getting tired. Sorry, to approve the policy as amended. So this policy went from a one-pager to several, which gives very, very clear direction as to what is expected through our insurer, for one, and direction on procedure in there, so please adopt.
It covers everything and anything.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you have any questions in regards to what it doesn't cover, it's in there, and that's what I like about it. We had a few questions from Cherry Grove Group, and yeah, it's in there. And so I can tell them or give them a copy, and they know right away, and they'll know whether they have to get extra insurance or not, and it's pretty clear. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Swigert.
Yeah, just, when I looked at this, I kind of just thought the red was the changes, but apparently the whole thing's new, is it, basically?
Mm-hmm.
And so my question then is, how does this affect the community halls right now? Do they know of this, or?
Mr. Reeve, to Councillor Schweigert, yes, they're more than aware. The majority of them are currently insured through us.
They're currently
They're currently insured with the MD's insurance.
through the same kind of policy? So it really didn't make change, or didn't change anything for them? Just,
No.
you're just detailing it more than anything? Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions on this policy? Okay, do we have a motion to accept this policy? By Councillor Duchesne. Any further discussion?
Yes, Mr. Reeve, I want to commend the policy committee.
Very good, thank you. Okay, all in favor? That's carried, thank you. Okay, the next is the Bonnyville Egg Society. Request for sponsorship.
The Egg Society has submitted a request to the MD of Bonnyville for sponsorship funding in support in the amount of $3,500 towards their upcoming Canadian Professional Rodeo Association. Partly the event has just passed, as well as the World Professional Chuckwagon Association event in August of 2021. The Society is planning their summer events, which include bringing back the Canadian Professional Rodeo Association, as well as the World Professional Chuckwagon Association, to be held in August. These two events bring a large group of participants and spectators to the Bonnyville area. Currently, the Bonnyville Ag Society is eligible for the $20,000 annually operating cost through our 3C011 policy, so therefore they are not eligible for the 3C012, the Community Action Grant. If Council chooses to proceed as per recommendation, the two recommended actions, that council approves the donation in the amount of 35 towards the Bonnyville Ag Society for the upcoming Professional Rodeo Association's events through the operational budget, which is grants to individual and non-government, or council may choose to deny the sponsorship.
Okay, questions? Councilor Swiggert.
Sorry, I kind of just missed that. So they did actually apply for the 20,000 and they got it? Is that what you're saying? So is that why they can't apply for 3,500?
Mr. Reeve to Councillor Schweigert, when you are part of an approved association under the 3C011 as an operating budget or through the operating grant, then you are not eligible for the 3C012 policy. You're ineligible. So therefore, if council chooses to proceed to fund the sponsorship, it would be through the 2021 operational non-government.
So, sorry, did you answer, like, so did they apply for the $20,000 and that was an operating grant, was that?
They're not listed currently, no, as applying for their grant.
Could they? Could they have? I'm just
Oh, they
wondering.
do. Yeah, they would.
Yeah, they do. They're eligible.
And so could they have used some of that 20,000, 3,500 of it to do this?
Although if you read the operating grant, it doesn't really take into account special events or anything like that. It's meant for the general upkeep of that facility.
Correct.
So this is
Special event.
a request above and beyond that.
Mr. Reeve, what the policies are stating that if you get one, you do not double dip into the other per se,
Yeah.
preferably.
Yeah.
That it would have to be funded if council chooses to move forward through a separate funding model.
Okay.
I think with the last year and a half with this COVID stuff, a lot of these halls and organizations have not had a way to fund money. I think this is a burden on a lot of them, and a lot of these guys just don't have the extra. They need the extra help, and I think for the last, I think this is one of again, and it's not the norm, but I think with COVID being there, is it there? I'd be in favor of it.
Sorry, I would be too, Mr. Reed, but I'm
Yeah.
still, am I missing something? Because they could apply for 20,000, they haven't, but because they could, then they can't apply for 3,500.
That's right. Yeah.
And so, could we just tell them to apply for the 20,000? Because they can?
It's used for separate things.
Yeah.
Well, I know, but it's kind of part of their operations. If they don't have rodeos and stuff, then I don't know. It's kind of bizarre, but.
Mr. Reeve?
Sorry, I've got a question for Mr. CEO.
Thank you, Mr. Members of Council. I don't think, and unfortunately, sometimes the weakness on staff reports and staff recommendations is we make recommendations and we offer to council based on very specific policies. And so our recommendation is based on a fairly narrow policy that this doesn't fall under. That's not to suggest for a moment that this isn't a worthy cause and that council certainly couldn't pull $3,500 from some other area to apply to this event. This is just strictly this request falls outside of this policy. That's it. If council would like to fund, no issue whatsoever. We would just have to be directed as to what pot of money that we might have. Toulouse got lots of pots of money, and there's probably a special pot that she's got just for this. So it's just under the policy. I have no way to approve this under the policy because it's outside the policy.
Okay, I'm going to go to our legislative expert.
Thank you, Mr. Reeve. Just on a side note, as far as other pots of money go, the current balance of council's transfer to non-government agencies and other organizations. In 2021, the budget was $170,000. To date, we are sitting at a remaining available balance of approximately $26,000 for 2021.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Reeve. I'll make the motion to approve council option number 2 to give them the $3,500.
Councilor Krivak, you say $35?
I think you heard me, Councilor Fidelio. It's 3500 and then your decimal.
Okay.
Oh, you guys. My goodness.
Mr. Colburn, do you have something?
Sorry I do it, and I know it's not normal for council to allow somebody else to speak on it. But
Especially in sandals.
Yes, I am here on behalf of the Bonnyville Ag Society, and I don't mean to muddy the waters more. But for that grant specifically, like the 20,000 that Dean is talking about, we would go after that if we had a specific project at the grounds that we were going to do.
Nope.
You can't.
That's an annual.
On it.
You should be applying for that right now.
Okay, is that a board meeting tonight? And I'm gonna
Yes.
bring it back.
Yeah, you need to tell them.
The second thing is, this was brought forward when we were still trying to do the rodeo as well as the chuck wagon to extend enough time because of the time constraints. Council might want to look at what we call a diamond package, if all of council is looking to attend the chuck wagons. It goes from 4 to 8 passes, and it's only $1,500 more. That's what I was trying to let you know before Mr. Krivyak
Okay.
made a motion.
Sorry, okay.
And we gotta be aware of graveyards now, we should wear our masks there.
I am, mine's on.
There's a lot of cough in there.
Have a good look.
Mr. Eve, I like the comment, but I don't think it's appropriate for us to pay $1,500 more so we can go to a rodeo.
Okay.
But I'm okay with the 3,500.
Mr. Reed, my motion stands.
Okay, very good. And those packages were in in what we had available to us already. So, okay, that's good. Further discussion on the $3,500 motion. Okay, all those in favor? All those opposed? That is carried. Thank you.
Mr. Reeve, I will have our Director of Parks, Rec, and Culture to present the following 2 RFDs.
Okay. The Canada Community Revitalization Fund. So this sounds like free federal money.
Nothing free from
Thank you, Mr. Reeve and Council. So this is the, as you mentioned, the Canada Community Revitalization Fund for the 2021 grant application. This is a $500 million national grant over 2 years, and it's through the Western Economic Diversification Canada, so the WD. It is meant to support non-for-profit organizations, municipalities, and other public institutions, as well as Indigenous communities, and helping them to build and improve community infrastructure so communities can rebound from the effects of COVID-19. The WD may provide up to 75% of project costs with a maximum contribution of $750,000. Applicant organizations are responsible to secure at least 25% of the project costs. This grant also may be stacked with others. Administration is wishing to apply for this grant to go towards the 2021 Trails project. And this would then be stacked with a previous grant that we've also applied for, which is around $250,000 that we're asking for that. So cumulatively, it'd be $1 million if we were approved by both. Though to do this, we do need a motion of council to have the go-ahead to apply and proceed with the project. And I don't know, was there problems with the wording or? Yeah. So the recommended action that we're asking council is that council directs administration to proceed with the Canada Community Revitalization Fund application for the 2021 Recreational Trails Project.
Okay.
Mr. Reeve, I'll make that motion. Sounds like a no-brainer. We'll get $1 million worth of trail for nothing. I'll make $2 million worth of trails, right?
Have you looked at the application? Is there anything that within the application that may cause us any consternation?
Through the Reeve, no, not as far as their limited information is providing us.
Okay.
I can mention that we are aware of other community groups in the area who are applying for this.
Okay. Okay. Councillor Scarson.
So it says that July 23rd, they'll start their assessments. So is it like anytime after that, you would hear something? Is that how it works, or?
Through the Reeve, that is correct. This is an odd one where they do throw out the July 23rd deadline. However, they do mention they will continue to receive applications until their maximum payout has been reached. It sounds very time sensitive, as this is tied to re-strengthening communities post-COVID.
Sure. Okay. No, I have no problem with this one then. Okay, with that, we have a motion to go ahead with this application. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you. Okay, the next is the trails update then.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Reeve and Council. So this is the 2021 Recreational Trails Update. So during the February 17th, 2021 Council meeting, Council passed a motion for administration to proceed with the completion of approximately 22 kilometers of semi-developed and natural trail, with the expectation of leaving out Diagram 3 in Appendix A due to future road construction on Range Road 420A as directed. As part of that RFD, Council was also informed that the total length may vary depending on the engineering requirements, tender submissions, and budget limitations, and that trails would be developed to a semi-developed or trail standard and or natural trail standard as per policy. The total potential trail distance was initially determined utilizing previous quotes and work on standard paved pathways undertaken by the MD and through high-level estimates from contractors. Administration wishes to advise Council of the current status of this project and the estimated costs based on the received cost estimates from the design and engineering firm, which considered the following while developing these trails: the recent similar work and those related costs, design and engineering requirements, wetland and water crossings, land acquisition, geotechnical requirements, and subgrade development. Based on this information, the firm estimates if all 22 kilometers were completed, it would cost roughly $2.42 million. The remaining 2021 budgeted funding after the design, survey, and engineering for construction will be roughly $738,000. The budget may complete up to 5 to 6 kilometers of trail with this remaining funds. We've put together some options which trails could be developed within this number of kilometers as attached to Appendix A, B, and C. And with the current cost and source of funding, there is the $1 million that was currently allocated within the capital budget. And as just discussed, there are 2 grants being applied for, which would total $1 million. The recommended action is that Council directs administration to proceed with option 1 in the development of 6 kilometers of recreational trail at Fort Kent and Moose Lake in 2021 to be funded from the 2021 Planning Community Services capital budget. And furthermore, should the pending grants applications be awarded, that administration proceed with the development of the remaining 12 kilometers of recreational trails at Moose Lake and Cherry Grove. There's the options for Council that they follow the recommendation there, or they follow option 2 to go with those trails, or that Council utilizes funds from another GL or line to complete this all the trail work as estimated, or that they receive as information.
Okay. Councillor Scarson.
Okay, so yeah, I've got a handful of questions here actually. So first and foremost, so if I'm reading this right, it was $262,000 just to be told that it's going to be $2.4 million to build these Like, is that what we've been charged so far by SC Design?
Yes, through the reef. So that includes geotechnical work, survey work as well. So that's not just the design work, but that was their full RFP and what they proposed. So all their engineering, design, surveying, and geotechnical work was included within that price there.
So
And the
then we're-
remaining goes towards the construction.
Okay, so where did we get $1 million from 6 months ago when we talked about this?
That quote, again, was based on high-level estimates in basically a perfect world where you wouldn't have to deal with a lot of the wetlands, and we found some of the areas where this was going through, there actually has to be a lot of cut and fill out of slopes, and then obviously geotechnical work required for slope stabilization, as well as there's land acquisition. And so those were found as we went through with the design with them. And
So we
then-
didn't know any of that before? Like, I'm just saying, like, now $1 million, you know, we were told that $1 million would build all these trails. And now we're at 2.5 times more than that now, right? So, I mean, it's been out and everyone knows where these are going, and now we're sitting here going, okay, now it's actually $2.4 million, right? I mean, how do we justify that, right? And, and I guess now 2.4 million, do we know that's the price? Like, have we put this out to tender? Because I'm looking at this schedule that we talked about not that long ago, and I got written here, construction to begin in July or August. But we haven't even tendered these out, right?
No.
So I guess I'm asking, why aren't these tendered out yet?
Through the reef, it was felt, and the direction was given to bring this back to council, knowing that what the estimated costs would be, and to let council then decide how to proceed instead, knowing that this would then delay the project.
So why,
further,
but how do we make an informed decision based off estimates though, right? So, I mean, what if what if they come in at 3 million, then we gotta have this discussion all over, right? Or if they came in at 1.5 million or 1 million even, right? So I'm just I'm confused. So even if we were to say today, here's all the money you need, these trails aren't gonna get built this year. There's no way, right? I mean, it's gonna be a 6-week process to tender this out. And that's if construction companies now are even interested in doing work in September, October for it. So when I seen this on the agenda, I was pretty disappointed, I'm gonna say. And to sit here and say we haven't even tendered this out, and it's middle of July right now, it's mind-boggling, to be honest. And now we're supposed to make a decision that the SC Design says it might cost 2.4 million, but we don't know that. And now, what exactly we're supposed to decide today, right? You know what I mean? So those are my comments. I don't know if anyone else feels that way, but it's frustrating. It's frustrating as heck.
Mr. CEO.
Thank you, Mr. Reid, members of the council. I think moving forward, I wasn't here in February, so I'm not sure how this all happened, but I think one of the things that we've got to probably, in terms of our own internal process, is the year before we do anything is have engineering and estimates done. And the engineering, we're going to have to pay for some engineering out of pocket, and then from there make a decision based on the numbers that come back up with some firm estimates. So had this just gone for engineering this year and then it came to council once all of that engineering was done and said, listen, it's going to be 2.4. But I think we've been, I think we're, the idea that we're throwing out numbers when we actually haven't done engineering, I think is cart before the horse. I'm certainly not laying blame on anybody. I don't know, I wasn't here when that happened. But I think moving forward in the future, I think we have to have a much more forward-looking view of how we do a lot of our projects. We get the engineering done in year one, and then we get estimates in year one, and then we plan for constructions in year two. So we could have gone out, had we decided, or had council and administration decided in February that we're going to get estimates, and we're going to plan this for 2022 construction. So we would have gone out, late this year, early 2022, tendered, boom, everything's done, and we have accurate pricing. The problem here is that we're inaccurate because we've gone out and we've made estimates, and whether they're real estimates or not, oftentimes they're just, people are, saying, I think this is what it's going to cost. Well, we can't plan on what we think. We can only plan on what someone who is experienced and has done the background and the engineering on that project. So I think moving forward, I think we have to be very careful, particularly as we start talking about the 2022 budget, that we don't promise that we're going to do engineering and construction in that same year. This is exactly what happens. I think we have to talk about what is it we want to do the following year. We get the engineering done, we get hard estimates in, and then from there we can plan legitimately without the, because I agree, now we're going to do 6 kilometers and originally it was promised at 22. That's not good. We completely agree. But we tried, I think what ends up happening is we don't have a long enough view, all of us collectively, as to what these projects should look like. I budget for something, I plan to build a house, I don't design, build, and do it all in the same year hoping that it all works out. And I think, well, I think that house is going to cost me this much money. So I think we have to have a, particularly on the administrative side, a serious discussion about our processes and how we offer to council. So if we know, for example, that we've got 20 kilometers of trail we want to build, or 20 kilometers of road, or a building we want to build, that in next year's budget, we would have the engineering, the architecture, the design work done, hard estimates, and that would then go into the 2023 budget as to what that actual number, because I would suggest that a professional consultant, the 2.42 million is probably pretty accurate. Or within spitting distance, and anyway, the 1 million to 2.42 is, we're not even in spitting distance, we're miles apart. So some of this is process, and I think we've got to get better at that, that we would offer to council what projects we want to do in the next couple of years. We get engineering done the year before, and then council can determine if they even have the money when that project comes through. We've got an engineered project on the shelf at that point, and maybe council determines that they don't want to do that project in the next year. That's fine. We have the engineering completed. It could be done in 3 years, or in 4 years, or the year. But right now, I think we're just, and this is not good. I completely agree. This is, I'm not sure how we got here, but we have to change our process internally.
Okay, Councillor Vadev.
Yeah, we've been here in the past with the North Shore Heights Trail as well. It's so, we should know the process. Again, last minute tenders are definitely not going to happen. We've seen it just at the presentation from McElhaney, right? I mean, when you're going to present this for the last minute, I think our guesstimate could have been better, because I did drive with administration on the trails that I was looking for in Cherry Grove, and you can see there's 5 waterways that we're crossing. There's probably about 1.5 miles of slough. So, yeah, I thought it was pretty optimistic to see the 22 kilometers at 1 million, but again, for it not to go to tender now, I think it's just, we're not gonna, shouldn't say, we have to be careful of taxpayers' money. At the last minute to be doing this, I think it's just a bad move on our part.
Who's next?
Councillor Scarson.
Well, mine just a comment too, I guess, is that I hope that the CAO does make this happen, because this is exactly, we've talked about this for years now, about planning to do these things the year before. And I mean, so this $1 million, we talked about this in our budget a year and a half ago already. So we've been doing what you just said, but we aren't following through, right? And I mean, so now we're going to go another year without trails. And again, we built trails. We know what we're doing here. It should be no surprise anymore.
If I may,
Sorry, go ahead.
if I may, Mr. Reeve, to all council, when we deliberated the budget for 2021, the money was put in at $1 million with no projects in mind at that time. So when we met with council and asked, what do you want? What is your wish list? That's when these 3 projects came about. If you look at what we spent on North Shore Heights Phase 1 and 2, they were consistently 2.5 to 3 kilometers. And $1 million was not going to do 22 kilometers. We knew that. It was going to come through. Yes, we did this a little backwards, but that's what council wanted at budget. You had asked us, because we didn't have a master trail plan
Yeah, I know,
at the time.
Ms. Palmer, but you are the one who said that you can do 22 kilometers with this $1 million.
No, we did not.
Well, someone did. Someone came in and said, are you kidding me? Yeah, because you can do this without a paved surface. Well, who came up with these 22 kilometers then? Someone
When
come to
we
us
all
and said,
met,
you can do
sorry.
22 kilometers with $1 million.
So to Mr. Reeve, as well as council as a whole, when we had discussed through that day when we all met, what would you like to see? Because we did not have a master trail plan at the time. We had all been directed to move forward and then take this wish list and see how much of it we could be done. Underground, we can't predict what's going to come back as a geotechnical, how deep these wetlands are going to be and what the costs are going to be associated with that.
Okay,
We
Deputy Reeve.
thought we
Just
were
a comment,
clear.
Mr. Reeve. We've been caught in this dilemma several times, but we can't be tendering things out in the summer. Projects have to be tendered out in the wintertime, December, January, February. You get your best bang for the buck, like we did with a ski hill. We re-tendered, and we saved $2 million. It's wasting too much of taxpayers' money. Thank you. That's all I have to say.
Okay, Mr. CEO.
I absolutely agree with Deputy Reeve Kreviak in terms of how we need to go about tendering. And again, I would suggest that if council has, and when we get into budget, the 2022 budget in the not very distant future, we have to have those discussions as to what's on council's radar, either through a master recreation plan, a master road plan, a master water plan, a master whatever plan, and then direct us as to what are those priority projects that we'll go out and get the engineering done. And then the following year would be the construction year. And again, if council, then, but I think we run into these issues when we have a pot of money. Well, what are we going to do? Somebody says, I think we can do this. I think we can do that. Maybe that's misinterpreted. I don't know, but we end up in a position like we're in today. I think if we had left and said, listen, let's get the engineering done on these 22 kilometers, find out what it's going to cost, and then we can talk. And then from there, you can break that down into its component pieces. Maybe we do 3 kilometers here and 4 kilometers there. Maybe we then take $1 million and say, we'll take $1 million and we'll finish this group here. We know that next year, and you will have a multi-year plan in terms of what you can do. We could take all the trail we want to do and do all of the engineering at once, and then over 20 years, you could take the component pieces and budget them. You could make your trail system from a financial perspective like Lego. Okay, this year we're going to do these 3 blocks. The next year we're going to do those 4 blocks. And when you're done, you have a trail system. So I think this is a good takeaway for myself, and I think for administration, as to how we need to present these issues at budget time. And if there are things that we want to do, instead of saying we're going to do them and guess what they're worth, because when it comes to budget, without solid engineering, it is a guesstimate. And this is what happens when you have the guesstimate. I think we need to get the engineering done for whatever those projects are, and then from there, determine in the following year what would actually start. Now, if there's a possibility that there are some things that could be done, fantastic. But I think the longer view is probably the much safer bet and probably the most economically feasible.
Okay, yeah, I'm with the Deputy Reeve on this one again.
Oh, you do?
I am with you. I think at this point in time, putting out a tender on these trails is going to be expensive and not the best use of taxpayers' money because it's going to be a high-priced bid coming in for guys who are just going to try and squeeze it in. I think we're better off to keep our powder dry and keep that money in the bank for next year. It still would be available. But I would like to see a better breakdown of the pricing on the individual portions of the trail as well, coming back, so.
Yeah, Mr. Reed, you don't get your best bang for the buck.
That's right.
It didn't pop, sorry.
Okay, any other comments? Cool, legislative, yeah.
It's a long day, gotta have fun.
Sorry, Mr. Reeve, just to add to the complication, as far as the 2 pending grant applications are concerned, the one that we have already applied for does require that the funding be spent prior to March 31st of 2022. However, the current one, which council just made the motion on applying for, that has no time requirement. So, just the first one.
And that was for $250,000. Okay. Could the engineering be considered part of the cost?
Yes, it can.
Okay. Okay. So in that case, there's no problem with delaying the actual.
As long as the $250,000 is expended by March 31st,
Okay.
any any of the qualifying costs can encompass that money, yes.
Okay. Councillor Shane?
Thank you, Mr. Reeve. Yeah, to staff, we can continue the spending of that money on the complete engineering of, as the CEO, Mr. CEO said, the jobs, the trails coming up, and it's all part of one project anyway, right? Thank you.
Okay. Okay, do we have a motion to have administration proceed as such?
Proceed to do what, sorry?
So that would be to, we don't want to say not put out for tender. Continue with engineering on these projects for construction to take place in 2022.
So does putting a tender out actually harm us right now? I mean, does it cost us money? Is it something we can use to compare to something over the winter? Right? I mean, what's it hurt to say, what would this cost us if we did it right now? Right? If it's too high, then it's too high, and then we go again in the fall or the winter.
Councilor Scarson, so are you asking for construction to finish this year or for next year? RFP
the
for.
tender to go out.
Tender to go out now for next year.
Or this year. I mean, it's like anything, if it's too high, we know what we paid for trails in the past, right? So if it's comparable, it's not, it's not.
So,
It doesn't hurt anything.
so Mr. Reeve, the engineering would be done now, as soon as possible, is that correct? And then, pardon me, it's done already, the engineering? No.
Through the engineering is done for the 3 portions that were.
Oh, that's done already.
Okay. Mr. CEO?
Thank you, Mr. Members of Council. Yeah, there is really no cost in terms of actually putting a tender out. There's some staff time, but the cost is virtually minimal to put out a tender. We can certainly see what things came back at. Absolutely, we could, to see if there's any, and then if it's too high. We always have the disclaimer in a tender document that not all bids are accepted. I would suggest, though, that my one caution is that tenders are not really intended to be fishing expeditions. And that would be if it was viewed, if a bidder viewed it as that we were just fishing for prices. There is an expectation that when you put a tender document forms 2 contracts, Contract A and Contract B. You're already entering into a contract with the actual tender going out that should someone qualify that they would get the work. So given that there's $1 million here, if it came in at $2.5 million or 1.9 million or 1.1 million, that would be over budget, and as a result, that would be, but in terms of the actual cost of putting tender out, it's, there's really none.
Mr. Reeve, if you put a tender out now, you'll be retendering anyway. I think it'll be just a waste of your staff time, Mr. CEO. And I think it's wait till December or whatever. That's when I would put it out. Thank you.
Yes, Tom.
Councillor Swire?
Yeah, the same comment. I mean, we just realized that nobody bid on the ski hill dirt work, so why are they going to bid on a trail? So I think, wait until December, January.
Councillor Padev?
I think it's pretty time consuming for the bidder to go out there and actually look at the job he's bidding. It's not as if they look at a map and say, okay, 22 kilometers, this is what we're going to do. They're the ones that are going to actually, look at the engineering, try to interpret it, and try to make a reasonable cost factor in there. And it takes a lot of time. We all kind of know it's $1 million is pretty low.
Councillor Scarson?
Well, I don't think we're bidding on the 2.4 million, right? It's one of these options that would be less than $1 million. Again, if it's something that's comes in reasonably priced, we know what that will be. And if it's something that needs to be retendered, well, wouldn't it be a matter of just submitting the same documents again in the winter? So you're doing the work once, right? Again, I just don't see the harm in doing it. And I mean, we just redid it. We just did the same thing with the groundwork at the ski hill. It's the exact same thing, right? So how much time did it take to resubmit the second document?
Through the, there are other procurement options we could look at too, is like request for information, or like interest or request for quote, and put it out there and see, and then it's not a full tender. And then that gives us an idea of who would be interested in the timelines outlined. And then from there, then you would put out the actual tender, and it kind of shortlists.
All I'm saying is that, you know what, yeah, so the North Shore Ridge Trail was tendered in June, right? I remember it clear as day. They did the work in September, right? So what if there's a company out there that doesn't have work in September or October and can do the work? That's all I'm saying, right? So we don't know that if we don't ask.
I guess the only thing with the tender is that it would have to be broken up into the pieces to even have one portion less than the $1 million, which is allotted through the budget. And because then it would become a council decision as to which piece you end up choosing to do. Mr. CEO.
Thank you, Mr. Members of Council. You're absolutely right. If this was a tender to go out, I would suggest that Parks and Rec, who would put the tender out, would have a Schedule A, B, and C for the 3 different projects. So you might get a total project come in at what the estimate is, at 2.4 million, but we'd have a Schedule A, B, and C. So you'd have deletables in the tender package,
okay,
in the contract. So council could pick and choose and say, listen, we'd like a bid on A, but we also have B and C, which would be the other 2 projects that would be deletable in the contract. And if it came in under $1 million or it came in over $1 million, it would then come back to council to determine which, do you want all 3? Do you want 2 out of the 3? Maybe 2 out of the 3 came in at the $1 million. Maybe one was more expensive than the other. I'm certainly not opposed from my end. I don't think Councillor Scarson is incorrect with it. It's virtually no cost to us. And if there is something out of that comes, maybe there's a company out there that is looking for some work, and maybe we get a tender that's reasonable. And if we don't, it just goes on the shelf and we retender it late, early winter, early spring.
Yeah, so I mean, I would love to at least have one more option of before this project is completely dead if I'm not here again next year. So I'll make the motion to go ahead just as the CAO suggested, right? To make a bid on all 3, with 2 of them being deletable if necessary, right? So.
Okay.
Would you like to see the motion?
Please.
It's not coming up.
Sorry. Yeah, and administration have the details on how to break it out. That's fine.
So that's it. That it right there, you're saying?
Mm-hmm.
No, that's not it at all, what I said.
That's right. That's not even close to what you said.
Yeah, so the engineering is completed, and the construction could proceed in the fall of 2021 as well, right? So it has 3, you do the tender on the 3 options here, and then we'll be able to debate when it comes back in, right? And with the opportunity to delete 1 or 2 or 3.
All we need, Mr. Reeve, that council directs administration to tender out the 3 projects for the trail separately, and that's it.
Mr. Members of Council, I would not suggest separately. Those would be 3 separate tenders to which we'd probably pay more money. I'd suggest a single tender.
Oh, yeah, that's what I meant.
Yeah.
3 parts, sorry.
Yeah, with the
That's what I meant.
deletables. And I thought the goal of this tender would be construction in 2021 yet.
Yeah.
I thought that was my
Yes.
understanding. That was the goal of construction. So the motion could be as simple as to direct administration to proceed with the tender on the recreational trail project for construction in the 2021 season.
Yeah, and you would have, Mr. Reeve, to Mr. CEO, a lowest tender not necessarily accepted?
Yeah, that's standard
That's
in all our
standard, yeah.
tender documents, correct.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. It's good. Okay, all in favor? All opposed? That's carried. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Reeve and Council.
Thank you. All right, on to infrastructure services.
Good afternoon, Council. All right. So I have for you an RFD for Crawford Lake, or Crawford Estates Drainage Project. The consultation requirements that are required for us to continue with the project of lowering that lake. So rising levels of Pinsky Lake bordering Crawford Estates development has forced the MD to look at measures to control the water level of Pinsky Lake. The rising lake levels have caused residential flooding to some residential properties. Some lakefront properties. Previous administration was tasked with developing a permanent solution to the rising lake levels. SE Design was hired to design and construct permanent pumping infrastructure to maintain Pinsky Lake at a level that would not pose a threat to landowners experiencing flooding issues both currently and historically. SE Design had obtained a temporary pumping approval from Alberta Environment and Parks that allowed the MD to pump Pinsky Lake down below a critical level in the summer of 2020. SE Design is still working on obtaining the permanent approval for the permanent design, but is having difficulty with AEP in this process. The current issue with having the permanent approval application processed is the requirement for a First Nation consultation, as lowering the lake may affect the traditional Indigenous fishing and gathering grounds. Administration is questioning the need for the FNC, or a First Nation consultation, as the disturbance is believed to have no impact on the area. So administration has discussed the need for the First Nation consultation with Alberta Environment and Parks, and we're told that the MD has the following options. Proceed with the project application without an FNC, and to note, the Alberta Environment has never approved an application without a First Nation consultation being performed after one was requested. Number two, perform the FNC as requested and continue with permanent design and approval application process. Number three, we can withdraw the permanent approval application and reapply for temporary pumping approval before it expires. So, as mentioned before, currently we do have a temporary pumping approval, and in discussion with Alberta Environment and Parks, they said that that was an option that we could continue with a temporary pumping approval, but we would have to reapply prior to the expiration of it. Note, this process is not a guaranteed renewal and is subject to the AEP approver and director's discretion. 4, we can perform the First Nation consultation as requested, but modify the permanent approval for temporary pumping only without permanent infrastructure. So what we would do is we would continue with the First Nation consultation, and instead of having the permanent infrastructure, just leave it as on an as needed basis with a temporary pump, as we did in the summer of 2020. With the unpredictability of A, AEP approval of temporary pumping approval, and B, the need for annual pumping, administration is recommending option 4. There is reference to the strategic plan and provincial and federal legislation for this RFD. The costs and sources of funding, the costs of the First Nation consultation, they're estimated to be anywhere between $30,000 and $60,000, which has not been budgeted for this project. It's not part of the scope of work of the engineering firm. So again, administration, our recommended action is that council directs administration to perform the First Nation consultation as requested by Alberta Environment and Parks for Pinsky Lake, Crawford Estates project, but modify the permanent approval request for temporary pumping infrastructure only instead of permanent pumping infrastructure. So what we would do is we would still apply for the approval to take down the lake, but we don't have the permanent infrastructure in place. We would just do it on, as I mentioned before, the temporary pumps as we had in the past.
Councillor Fadave.
Gonna have to be careful here. So with Alberta Environment and Protective Services there, they say there's fish in that lake. Well, there's never been any fish. So there's not gonna be any fishing by anybody there. So I'm not sure. So that, there really has no impact on that lake on anybody else but the residents that live on it and some of the flooding issues and everything else that have gone on it. There's also another one that we're supposed to get consultation on. That was the one in Moose Lake.
Yeah, we don't have.
Is that part of the same process?
Through the Reeve to Councillor Fadave. The one for Moose Lake, you're talking about which one? Sorry.
There was another order that was done by AAP for First Nations consultation.
Okay,
Elk Haven, I think?
oh, Elk Haven, okay, sorry.
Correct.
Through the Reeve, yes, Elk Haven, we did not have to do First Nation consultation for the Elk Haven project, which is similar to this in nature, and that was the reason that administration was questioning the need for the First Nation consultation with Alberta Environment and Parks. So I had several discussions with Alberta Environment and Parks about the need for this, and because of the nature of the application, when an application for Water Act comes in, there's a certain trigger that if it has to do with lowering a lake or a water body like that, and Crown land is surrounding it, then you would have to have a First Nation consultation on it. So Alberta Environment and Parks immediately triggered the First Nation consultation on the application.
But tell me what Crown Line is surrounding it.
Through the Reeve again.
No, I just, yeah.
No, I 100% agree with you. That's the questions that we were asking, and to the best of our knowledge of what environment told us, the land surrounding the lake itself is considered Crown because the water body is Crown claimed.
Shoreline.
The water body is Crown claimed, so that's where it would have triggered the First Nation consultation.
Mr. CEO, and then.
Thank you, Mr. Reeve, members of council. We struggled with this one at the GM level. We have a couple of concerns. Number one, we wish we could answer questions better as to what AE wants and AE doesn't want, but AE, they just operate, and we react to AE on a regular basis on many things. Our concern with the temporary pumping was pretty simple. It's a temporary pumping permit that's going to have to be reapplied for on an annual basis. 1 year, could be next year, we won't get it. And then there'll be a mad scramble at the last minute to try to put together First Nation consultation and all those other things. We're trying to avoid spending a bunch of money on the permanent infrastructure, hence asking for permanent approval, but with temporary infrastructure, so we don't have to spend a bunch of additional money on that. We're just trying to get ahead of the game here and be proactive in terms, let's get the First Nations consultation done, apply for the permanent, and at least if there's issues 5, 6, 7 years down the road, we have a permanent permit in our hand, as opposed to ending up in 2, 3, 4 years. I'm not sure where this will end up if there's a change at the provincial level in terms of government, and maybe a shift in Alberta Environment to being less cooperative than they are today. Then we could find ourselves at a last-minute emergency with unable to do anything. We could continue with the temporary permit and keep applying for the temporary permit, and that was kind of where we started this from. And then as the more we thought about it and realized that at some point, we won't get a temporary permit, and I don't know when that would be, we would then be left scrambling at, potentially in a flood year or post-budget or all kinds of others. This year, we can budget for First Nations consultation for the beginning of next year. We can get into this process and we can and take it. So that's kind of why we ended up where we ended up. The temporary is exactly what it is, temporary, and at any point in time, Alberta Environment could say, sorry, but we're not going to approve it this year for whatever reasons.
Councilor Swigert.
Yeah, I'd still like to see the temporary pumping infrastructure, though, Vice paying millions to have an infrastructure put in that we may not need it in a couple of years. And I'll even ask now, like, have we dropped the level of the lake with our temporary system, or have we been doing it for the last 2 years? And will we continue, in your opinion, having to do this?
Okay, through the Reeve, to all of council for an update. Currently, the water levels are approximately a half a meter below flooding levels currently. We are about 6 centimeters below our low level of what our temporary pumping approval allows us. Our permanent pumping approval that we have is about a meter lower than this. So our permanent pumping approval is about 1.2 meters below the flood level is what we're applying for. And that accounts for the snow melt, the 1 in 100-year snow melt. The temporary pumping approval only accounted for the 1 in 100-year rainfall. In order for us to move the process along to get some type of approval, that's what we did. The permanent approval was for the lower level. But more to your question is that at this point in time, we do have storage available below for the 1 in 100-year rainfall currently. Now, I don't live out there, and I'm not going to say that, we're safe by any stretch of the imagination, because we never know what kind of rainfall, snow melt we're going to get over the course of the year and the winter. So I hesitate to answer the question if we're safe for next year.
Sorry, the other question was FNC. Did we do that, or FNC, did we do that last year?
Through the Reeve,
did we do it
for this
year?
project?
Yeah.
No. When we were applying, we never had any indication that that a First Nation consultation would be even part of this project until Environment submitted our application, or when our application was submitted, we had I think 6 supplemental information requests, and none of them even referred to a First Nation consultation. And then all of a sudden, when all of the supplemental information requests were answered, we get a letter back from AEP saying that First Nation consultation is now required. So this was not even considered a requirement when we started applying for it.
And this is an interesting question, though. So why does it cost money to consult? Like, do they hire engineers to do a study, or what are we paying for?
Through the Reeve, the consultation process with First Nations is a long process where you engage the First Nations. They come out to site. They do an analysis of what the area is like, what it produces, their uses for that, and then in that there are fees associated with their coming out with that. And I believe, and I could be wrong on this, but I think we had between 10 and 11 First Nations that were going to be consulted for this one project. And their fees, there are fees associated with all of those coming out.
It could cost us $600,000 or something for fees. If each one of them wants $60,000.
No. Sorry.
Total 60,000 is the high end.
Yeah.
Okay, and that's regulated by provincial or federal government or something?
Through the Reeve, no.
No.
There are no.
There's no regulation.
Thank you, Mr. Reed, members of the council. Yeah, there are no regulations in terms of what a First Nations consultation. I would be surprised if we exceeded the $50,000 mark, but there are things like you're going to have to probably, there might be a hall rental for a meeting. There might be those kind of fees involved, and of course, you're going to have some fees that'll be paid probably directly to each of the First Nations that's involved, and that'll be dependent on which one it is, but I think historically, we're probably in that $30,000 to $60,000 range, and so I'm not too worried about that at all. Our worry is that if we continue with temporary, what happens when we lose temporary, and then it could be a change in government and other issues that makes Alberta Environment even less cooperative than they are today, and at that point, where do we go? I think the long-term best security for Crawford Estates would be to get the permanent. I completely agree with Councillor Swigert. We want to keep the temporary infrastructure. We don't want to spend millions on infrastructure. We want to keep whatever pump and hose we have out there, but get a permanent approval so we have that in our back pocket.
Councillor Duchesne.
Yes, so really, I think AEP is doing something underhanded here, because all the land that they are considering Crown land is underwater right now, and that's under private property, not Crown. So that's, to me, that's pushing the limit a little bit on the public. But I'd like to make a motion to go ahead with this and get it done, or we'll never get it done. So I'll make a recommendation that we go ahead with option A and get it over with. But you want the temporary one in place too, right? Is that what we're?
So through the Reeve to all of council, our recommendation is that that we apply for the permanent approval, continue with the First Nation consultation, and amend our current approval, our current permanent approval, so that we remove the need for permanent infrastructure. So it'll be a permanent approval for temporary infrastructure.
Temporary pumping infrastructure.
Correct,
Okay.
temporary infrastructure, but a permanent approval for that.
Yes.
Yeah, that's the motion I'd like.
But Mr. Reeve, can't they also cancel that at any time? No?
Through the Reeve, I would suspect that they could, but I mean, once you have your approval there, we've met the recommendations that that they're asking for. There should be no reason for them to revoke it.
Thank you, Mr. Reeve, members of council. Yes, the acting GM is exactly correct. It is much more difficult to cancel a permanent approval. People will have built infrastructure. The MD might have built infrastructure. Those things are kind of set in stone. Alberta Environment can certainly come along at any time, but it is much easier to not grant a temporary permit on an annual basis than it would be to remove a permanent approval. It would be it would be much easier for them to do that than it would be to cancel permanent approval.
Councillor Fidev.
I feel, surprisingly enough, I field a lot of calls with this one. The concern here is, again, over a year ago, we had the administration come to us saying, this is a permanent solution based on a lot of the stuff that we have. We've budgeted for it. So as long as it's permanent, I think it should be fine. Why do we budget it, and why do we give the indication to people there that the level is going to be at a safe level?
Through the Reeve, previous administration, and even before my time here, this project was on the radar and on the go, I think, for a permanent solution with permanent infrastructure. So what happened prior to that, I don't know. However, looking at this project today, we're looking at, maybe there is no need to spend the additional funds on permanent infrastructure, when we can, and we may not require the lowering of the lake. Like, to date, we haven't thrown a pump in there yet. And, if the continuing weather trends are going to be throughout the whole summer, we won't. Our thoughts are, do we spend the additional money on the permanent infrastructure to sit there? Or do we just go along with the approval, but whenever we need to, we just put a temporary pump like we did last year? That's our reasoning behind, kind of stepping back and looking at this project again, with the need for pumping for sure, but only having it on a temporary basis versus permanent infrastructure.
Okay. I'm having a little trouble with this one, only because I see that we could be going down a road of setting precedent once again, of getting into consultation, and having every one of our water projects in the future with an added-on price tag of $50,000. I fought at the provincial level in the Indigenous Relations Committee against this type of thing. Municipalities do not have the ability to continue to pay for consultation. Well, the comment I made there is that the Alberta government is allowing these circles to continue to grow. So this is the area that they consider of cultural significance. They can apply to have that area grow. That's why we have 11 that we have to consult with. That's why the cost is so high. Some of those are 150 kilometers away. Exactly. So once you start paying it, you're going to be paying it every single time. Mr. CEO.
Thank you, Mr. Reid, members of council. Then maybe I would suggest to council that as opposed to going down this road today, maybe it would be best if if council were to direct administration with the Reeve signature to write a letter to the environment minister and maybe set up a meeting with Minister Nixon directly to speak specifically about this project and about potentially not having to do First Nations consultation. We'll certainly put together all the information we have. We can probably get together with Minister Nixon, I would suggest sometime probably inside the next 60 to 70 days, and then come back to council with what his answer is, because he has the ability to move the needle on this for us. The bigger question of precedent setting on First Nation consultation will be purely political. That'll be between council and the provincial government in terms of what this looks like going. And I wouldn't say just this council, all councils.
This is all RMA.
Yeah,
right?
Absolutely. But in terms of this very specific project, we could certainly pen a letter and request a meeting with Minister Nixon and make a trip to Edmonton to see Minister Nixon and get 30 minutes of his time to specifically talk about this issue and have the First Nations consultation removed from our permanent our application for permanent pumping. So I would offer that, and then given what answers we get from that, then maybe this could come back to council once we've spoken to the minister and had some indication. Then we could revisit this, when, 4, 6, 8, 10 weeks, whenever that took place.
If I might add to that, maybe get the ACO at the meeting as well, the Aboriginal Consultation Office, or would we just meet with? Okay.
To the Reeve, okay, as a further discussion, I will withdraw my motion and go with another motion.
Okay, so we just need a motion then. Did you want to? Okay, okay.
I'll make that motion that we write that, or actually ask for a public meeting with the minister to, well.
Just a meeting.
Not over the phone, but a meeting with them
Yeah, in-person meeting.
in person to discuss the FNC issues.
And if I might add, to add to that motion, is to precede that meeting with a letter explaining our position regarding this project, and
Sure.
then a meeting with the minister.
CCing RMA.
Correct.
Yeah.
That council directs administration to write a letter to the Minister of Environment explaining our position on Pinsky Lake Crawford Estates, and to request a meeting in person as quickly as possible.
Oh, no. Yeah. Yeah.
I'm good with that. You guys good with that?
You might have had to refrain from the conversation. Okay. Yes, that's fine. Okay. Okay, any further discussion? Okay, all in favor? And all opposed? That is carried. Okay, next is a street sweeper.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Reeve. The next one, I'm hoping is going to be a lot less time-consuming than the other ones. Infrastructure Services Department was tasked with sending out tenders for replacement of a street sweeper in 2021. After tendering the vehicle specifications on APC and the MD website, we received 5 tender bids, and evaluation was performed to determine the best unit for the MD operations. Replacement of the old sweeper was necessary due to the old unit being problematic with operation. I have the appendix. On Appendix A is the summary of the bids. The highest ranked unit is the new Odra MT4H for a cost of $220,787 with a delivery date of August 10th. The second highest was a used Elgin Broom Badger for the cost of $224,750 with a delivery date of 10 days from award. The award was for a new unit, or sorry, the tender was asked for a new unit. There is no reference to a strategic plan or federal legislation. The the funding is to come from the 2021 planned equipment purchases under new initiatives. That was budgeted this year. And we recommend that council approves the purchase of the new Odra MT4H street sweeper from Superior Truck Equipment, Inc. for the new, for the tender budget, for the tendered price of $220,787 plus GST to be funded from the 2021 planned equipment purchase new initiatives budget.
Mr. Reeve, I'll make a motion to purchase that as recommended.
Just do it.
Get her done.
Councilor Scarson.
I just have a few questions then. So, so what is the plan with the street sweeper exactly? Like, do you just do the hamlets and then on-call service, or is there like, springs come, we gotta do this road, this road, this road?
Through the Reeve, Councilor Scarson, in the past, this again falls under transportation, which I was a little bit involved in, but my recollection of our street sweeping process was we go to the hamlets, we go to the lake subdivisions, anything like that, clean up all the streets, and then on the one-offs here and there, we'll send it out to do small jobs here and there. But that's our process. The street sweeping typically takes us, I think it was somewhere between a month-ish in the springtime to get all the roads done, maybe a month and a half to get all of that done, and then the one-off projects that have to be done.
So then you do have like a map or a list that you follow kind of thing. And then, so how do you get the street sweeper around to different jobs? Do you drive it on a trailer?
Through the Reeve, no. This is a unit that is capable of doing highway speeds. It's built on a vehicle chassis. It's capable of driving highway speeds on the highway.
And does it collect so where do you dump all that, or do you have to take it back with you, or?
Through the Reeve, I think there have been times where the unit has dumped directly either into a truck or dumped it on the side, and then a skid steer and a truck goes there and picks up the debris that it's collected. So that's typically our process.
Okay.
Is Therian on that list?
Through the Reeve, all of our hamlets are on the list. Correct.
Sam?
And once we take, thank you, Mr. Reeve, and once we take delivery of this unit on August 10th, we'll do a concerted effort to get out and
Absolutely.
get caught back up, as there hasn't been a street sweeper in our collection here for the last few months. We'll get out and get a bunch of that stuff done that should have probably been done earlier in the spring.
Absolutely.
Okay, we have a motion to go ahead with this purchase of the new sweeper. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, let's take 5 minutes. All right, back from recess, and the next is the CAO, and we're talking about ward boundaries, amending a bylaw.
Thank you, Mr. Members of Council. I'll turn this over to Ms. Kiambo.
Okay.
Members of Council, on May 1st, 2021, the Alberta government formalized the annexation of Improvement District 349 into the MD of Bonnyville through Order in Council 121/2021. With this confirmation in place, administration is now developing a ward boundaries amending bylaw for council consideration. Based on the MGA Section 149, if a municipality passes an amendment to their bylaw that establishes our municipal electoral ward boundaries within an election year, it will not take effect until the year of the next municipal election, which in this case would be 2025. Given this ward boundary change is only necessary due to the provincial ministerial order, administration is recommending that the MD submit a letter to the Minister of Municipal Affairs requesting that he approve a variance to the ward boundary amendment bylaw effective date based on the order's catch-all clause in paragraph 11 that allows the minister to, quote, decide on any other things relating to the transition, unquote. The viability of this option was confirmed through municipal legal counsel. Attached for council's consideration is the order in council issued by the province. Our recommended action moving forward is that council directs administration to submit a letter to the Minister of Municipal Affairs requesting a variance to the effective date of an amending ward boundaries bylaw that will incorporate the annexed land from ID 349 into the MD of Bonnyville in accordance with their order in council 121/2021.
Okay, who would like to make that motion? Okay, by Deputy Reeve, and so I don't need to reread it. Thank you. All in favor? That's carried. Thank you. Okay. Next item is the Greater North Foundation Board of Directors appointment.
Okay. Again, on the same line of ID 349, with the dissolution into the MD, effective June 14, 2021, again, the province modified a few details through ministerial order H017/2021, specifically to its appendix of the Greater North Foundation. This appendix lists all the Greater North Foundation management body member organizations, which now includes the MD. It used to include ID 349. As such, as a listed member, council must now appoint one representative to their board. The Greater North Foundation provides accommodations for those individuals in need of social housing, seniors self-contained units, or seniors lodging. They also encourage all individuals residing in these units to remain independent by providing them with housing that is affordable, comfortable, and safe. The board of directors of the foundation engages the services of a chief administrative officer to oversee the day-to-day operations of the foundation's business. The CAO in turn engages the necessary staff to ensure the residents receive appropriate services and that the facilities are well maintained. The term of office for each member on this board is a maximum of 4 years. Attached is a copy of the ministerial order for council's review. So administration is looking for council to appoint a member as a representative of the MD of Bonnyville to this foundation's board. Okay. Just for the remainder of this year until our organizational meeting in October.
Okay. I'll volunteer to do it for the remainder if somebody wants to make that motion.
I'll make that motion.
Okay, by Councillor Swigert. And yeah, can find out a little bit more about this. From what I understand, it's similar to Lakeland Lodge and Housing, except that it's covering a different area. So, okay, all in favor? All opposed? Okay, that's carried.
Thank you.
Next is the social media use policy for council.
Policy number 1.009, Council Social Media Use Policy. Administration is proposing an amendment to the policy to replace reference to the rescinded Council Code of Conduct policy, which was recently, with the changes in the MGA in 2018, replaced by a Council Code of Conduct bylaw. We also added a little bit of clarity regarding the use of MD branding elements on personal social media sites. The policy was reviewed and approved by the Policy Committee on June 22nd at their meeting. Attached for Council's review is the proposed amendments to the policy. Administration is recommending that Council adopts the policy as amended. Looking at the actual policy itself, As you can see, it's very slight amendments. The biggest change would be just the integration of Clause 5, which is not permitting the use of MD branding elements within individual social media sites. We also are proposing amendments to the overall social media policy, just to strengthen any bad conduct on our social media sites. However, we'll be bringing that forward at a later date.
Okay.
Mr. Reeve, I'll make a motion to approve the new council social media use policy.
Okay, thank you. Any other discussion? Okay, all in favor of this policy? That's carried. Thank you. Regional Economic Development Branding Strategy.
So, the 2021 Regional Economic Development Plan's Implementation Work Plan, which was presented to Council on April 7th of this year, it included an action item to develop an economic development brand for the region. To that end, administration issued a Regional Economic Development Branding Strategy RFP, which was reviewed and approved by the Joint Regional Economic Development Committee between the MD and the Town of Bonnyville. Administration is now requesting Council's approval to award the project to the committee's recommended proponent. The two main components within the branding strategy project are a master strategy document that will speak to the economic opportunity, quality of life, and experiences available in the MD of Bonnyville region. This is more the research side of it. And the second component is a brand identity package of a brand and sub-brand designs for use in future marketing initiatives and communications of the region. Following the closure of the RFP, 10 proposals were received and reviewed based on the RFP award criteria, which is included in Appendix A. These results were presented to the committee, who has recommended the award of the project to Amber Hughes Marketing from Bonnyville, Alberta, at a cost up to $28,250 plus GST. This ties back to the MD strategic plan, goal number 1, building a prosperous and sustainable community, specifically 2 objectives, which are listed here. The cost and source of funding, this is where it gets a little dicey. So the total maximum project cost for this is $28,250. However, we are still waiting on confirmation from the province that this specific project will be covered by our CARES grant funding. If it is approved, they will cover 50% of the cost of this $28,000. If it is not approved, that means that between the MD and the town, we would be cost sharing 50% each of the $28,000. So the maximum total cost to the MD, if council chooses to award it today, will be $14,125, only if the province does not approve this project under our funding.
Okay. Questions? Deputy Reeve.
Did the town of Bonnyville approve this or no?
Town council has not looked at this yet.
Okay.
I believe it's coming up on their next meeting.
But there's 2 councillors that sit on the board, right?
To date, Mr. Reeve, we do have commitment from the town of Bonnyville to cover 50% of the costs associated with any regional economic development activity in 2021.
Okay.
Mr. Reeve, I'll make a motion to approve the recommended action, which is to give that project to Amber Hughes.
Okay, and funded from the CAO office operating budget.
Yes.
That's correct.
Okay. Okay, any further discussion? All in favor?
Yeah, CAO is a nice guy.
That's carried.
I'm glad he has that budget.
What's his budget, Mr. Reeve?
Okay, we are on to 7.4.5, the meeting with municipal affairs. Mr. CO.
Thank you, Mr. Reeve, members of council. So yesterday, I met with the new Deputy Minister of Municipal Affairs, Brandy Cox, and Assistant Deputy Minister, Gary Sandberg. I know Gary well. We have He's been an EDM at Municipal Affairs for many years. Ms. Cox is the new DM. She's been in place now for about a month and had invited me for a meeting to talk about a variety of issues. And so we spoke on a bunch of stuff. I think of what's probably of greatest importance to the MD of Bonnyville is we spoke about summer villages and about where we're at with summer villages, and the needle didn't move. Mr. Sandberg was very clear that in the mid-90s, when the Municipal Government Act was enacted, that they banished the creation of any new summer villages. There's currently 51 in the province. I indicated to Mr. Sandberg and to Ms. Cox that the summer villages, even from the 90s, are not the same. They're not the cabin that people used to open up in May and close up in September. They are now permanent houses, and these need to be treated either as a village or come into the municipality. It's the red tape that's being created by us having to do ICFs with summer villages. We essentially are virtually responsible for them anyway. And both the Deputy Minister and the Assistant Deputy Minister are very clear that the standing of this government is they're not going to force amalgamations or force the dissolution of any municipality. So essentially, Gary and Randy said it is what it is. It's going to stay the way it's going to stay. So we have separate election. For example, Pelican Narrows and Bonnyville Beach are having an election here the next 30 days. And I did point out to them that some of the residents of those villages may also own property in the MD and are voting twice inside, in some cases, inside a 50-kilometer radius. So they understand there are issues, but not prepared to do much about them. The other thing that came out, and I asked the question, is there are some rumors floating around that started at RMA that is part of red tape reduction with the new Associate Minister of Red Tape Reduction, that Section 146 of the Municipal Government Act, which is Councillor Code of Conduct, is going to be somehow dealt with through red tape. Apparently there has been some concern that Council Codes of Conduct create too much red tape, and that apparently is going to be looked at by the Associate Minister. I spoke to RMA yesterday, to Tasha Blumenthal, the policy analyst, and she said RMA is opposed to any of those changes. They've heard about them, they've sat in meetings regarding them, and they are opposed to any changes to the Municipal Government Act to amend Councillor Code of Conduct through red tape reduction. So that we thought that was kind of an interesting turn of events. Minister McIver is now firmly established as the Municipal Affairs Minister, and I would probably suggest likely that he will stay the MA Minister throughout the remainder of this electoral term, so another couple of years. I think in terms of some of those issues, it's probably best that with convention coming up, which I'll speak about in a second, is that we get a meeting of council with municipal affairs. I would suggest a meeting also with the environment as well. So we had a wide-ranging conversation with the Deputy Minister on governance models, and again, in particular on the summer villages. We only had 45 minutes, and it was a good meeting. And we'll take it from there and see what happens at the municipal affairs level. I guess along that same line is we now have confirmation of there is actually going to be a convention in fall. So the dates are a little different than normal. They're about a week later than they used to be. So they've added the trade show now to the fall convention. The trade show used to always be the spring convention. That's now added to the fall convention, and the dates are the 23rd for the trade show and the 24th, 5th, and 6th for actual convention. A bit of a twist this year because we started talking about convention last week when we heard the dates, figuring out where we were going to hotel it at. So convention this year is not going to be held at the Shaw Conference. It is going to be held at the Expo Center. For those of you who've been around a while, we used to call it the Northlands. And so that's where convention will be held. They'll have shuttle buses running from the downtown to the Expo Center. My understanding, although I haven't seen agendas or haven't seen much coming from all of the hospitality night operators, is I would assume that all the hospitality suites will still be held probably in the downtown core, close to the hotels. So currently we are reserved at the Doubletree Hilton. So that's where we currently are, downtown at the Hilton. And as when agendas come out, we'll certainly forward them on, but mark on your calendars, the 23rd is the trade show, the 24th, 5th, and 6th is the actual convention. The Doubletree Hilton. A block away from the, we thought it was nice because it's close to the conference center. Doesn't matter anymore. It's going to be a 15 or 20-minute bus ride now to Northlands. People may want to drive if you want to get away.
No, this is November.
There's lots of parking at Northland, so if somebody wants to drive there instead, so that's convention. So it'll be nice to have convention back up and running. It's been a while, so that'll be nice to see. And again, as soon as we start seeing agendas and keynote speakers and partner programs and all those things, we'll certainly get that out to council fairly quickly.
Okay, let's go into correspondence and information.
Thank you, Mr. Reeve, members of council. So in front of you, you have correspondence from the minutes from the Bonnyville Regional Fire Authority Board meeting from May 20th, letter from Ronald McDonald House Charities thanking the MD for the donation, a letter from the Bonnyville Ag Society request for an in-kind contribution. I will work with General Manager Jans in terms of sorting that out, but we certainly are prepared to help out on that end. A letter from École du Bolac thanking us for our contribution. Invitation from the BRFA 25th anniversary celebration. Invitation from AHS and the Bonnyville Friendship Center for Indigenous Cultural Celebration. And then the MD donations, proposal items update, and the council action report.
Okay, any questions on those? Okay, then into, we had the council action report. Any questions there? Okay, so we just need a motion to accept the correspondence and information. Councillor Padev makes the motion. All in favor? That's carried. Thank you. Reports and questions from council. Let's start with our Deputy Reeve, Kerbiak.
I just had two meetings, CNRL meeting, with two portions, the brass and then the local foreman. Talk about different things, future development plans, airport development. They were worried about the ditches not being mowed, accidents. I talked about deferring their amount they pay for the resource road, $277,000. They want us to cancel that because we're getting paid from the ID 349 for that road, for the maintenance of that road. So we'll have to discuss that in a future meeting. Well, I talked about road use agreements. Because of the road ban imposed for 6 weeks, there were 886 extra vehicles traveling on those roads, so does it make sense to have a road ban with that many extra vehicles? Are we doing more damage or not? But when I read their report, they want to save money every way they can, cut costs. When I read the report submitted by the email by Mr. CEO, they made a net earnings of $1.4 billion in the first quarter. Net earnings, so maybe we should charge them more. Is the media here? So that was the scope of the meeting, more or less. And then I had a site inspection of the Bonnie Lodge. There's one deficiency outside. The parking lot has many scratches. They have to redo the parking lot on the north side. And the inside, there are many issues there. There's a couple pages of deficiencies, like there's a couple pipes leaking. There's issues with the showers in some areas. But the outside looks great. And the inside, those issues are still under warranty, I believe till September 15th. So We had somebody there from the GOA and trying to get the Lear Construction Company to get their contractors to complete all the deficiencies as soon as possible. And that's it for me. Thank you.
Councilor Scarson.
Yeah, the only meeting I ever even had was the policing meeting that nobody showed up for, so sat around for half an hour and went home. And that's it.
Yeah, the only meeting I had was the Coal Lake Library. It was very quiet, not a lot going on. They're just getting ready for their summer programs. They are getting set up. They had a grant for a teepee. They went out for tender as far as getting a fence around a teepee, and now they're looking at, city has questions about security and around the fence. So, seems like we're kind of going around in circles. We built something and then we protected it, then we're worried about people sleeping in there. I'm not sure. But that's about it, and it's been a quiet week.
On Monday, myself and the Raven CEO and Councillor Jubenville attended a Municorps information session in St. Paul. We had guests from the legal firm Reynolds Mirth, Deanna Young, and we're having some problems with the agreements and the, what would you call it, the paperwork involved in our Municorps trail usage. And so, as far as I'm concerned, nothing came of the meeting. The Reeve can talk about it, or Mr. CEO if he'd like to later. And that's the only meeting I attended since I've been back. That's all I have. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. So going back to, it's been a few weeks. I was up at Little Bear Lake. Alberta Conservation Association have kind of earmarked that lake as a good potential for conservation. And so they do projects throughout the province, and they're looking at aeration as a potential to increase the livelihood of the fish that are up there, and make that again, it's already recognized as a great lake, especially for ice fishing. And but they see a great potential there for increasing the number of live fish year to year up there, and so they actually will be applying to come for a delegation later in August, just to give a presentation on the possibilities there. That was supported by the fish hatchery people who were also at the meeting. Had a meeting with the City of Cold Lake and the RCMP, and this was in regards to the Beaver River fatality and next steps. So this was the kind of the final chapter on this one, and where do we go to improve our response in the future. And so Cold Lake administration are actually putting forward a proposal to work with the MD of Bonnyville on water rescue, and so they are willing to be partners on that, and it's being spearheaded by their Cold Lake Fire Services. So that was that. That's going to be coming up in the future. Had a dinner meeting with a number of people that was organized by the MLA. And that was with Minister Panda, who is the infrastructure minister, as well as the Minister of Red Tape Reduction. And I did manage to get both of them cornered for about half an hour. And as far as infrastructure goes, we talked about the state of our high schools, our hospitals, how improvements are always needed. And then with the red tape reduction minister, who is no longer in that portfolio, he was moved on the very next day. So I'm not sure what I said, but he was well aware of the aggregate issues, and he said that 70% of the red tape reduction items that come forward have to do with AEP. So it's something, you know, I'm sure that the Minister of AEP is well aware, but, you know, we see it at this level, so it's got to be affecting everyone else as well. So the CNRL meeting, the day after that was at an announcement with those same ministers up at the casino, and that was in regards to Cold Lake First Nations getting grant funding for broadband. So they're getting improvements there for their internet connection. The CNRL meeting was good. It was the first time they could meet in person and actually have a chance to meet the new CAO. And we're working on a schedule to meet on a regular basis with them. And the same will go for the others. You know, Synovus and Imperial will be coming up as well. All these companies are a little bit behind the province on their opening up. So CNRL, I believe, are only just opening their office this week to the public. They all took the restrictions pretty seriously, and so they're finally getting back to doing some sort of in-person meetings. But I think it was very productive what went on there, and they were somewhat happy. But yeah, looking for breaks, and we went around those. The Municorp meeting, that was an expensive meeting. You had 40 people in the room for an organization that has a budget of a couple $100,000. So it was an expensive meeting for, we're not sure why. Not much came of it. And that's it for me. Oh, other than Canada Day, did that in Cold Lake, and there I was asked to speak about the opening from the COVID restrictions, which made everyone very happy, and a comment on the as far as the Indigenous relations. There was a very big contingent there from Cold Lake First Nations, and I did have a chance to talk with Chief Martin, and again up at the casino, and we both agreed that COVID is over, and now we can meet in person. So we'll be arranging that.
Just, Mr. Reeve, too bad we didn't know about the parade for the town of Bonnyville. We weren't told about that.
No, we weren't, yeah. No, there wasn't, no. That was the rodeo parade. Yeah, we got nothing. Yeah. Okay, so that's it for my reports. Any questions? Okay. Close.
Can we, are we going, I can't remember how much we discussed this, are we going to have a discussion in the future about some of our committees?
Yes. Yeah, in fact, the Deputy Reeve and I are going into a meeting with the CAO and Legislative Services right away to start that conversation.
Awesome, thank you.
Yeah. We have no items for closed session, correct?
Mr. Reeve, did you want me to expound any on the Municorp, the question that was the question of the day, or just leave it?
Sure, no, we can, yeah.
So the reason for the meeting that was held is Municorp, as an entity, as a part-time company, has offered that for them to be financially sustainable, they have an addition to their financial model they'd like to add, and that's to charge $600 an acre of every disturbed acre of their trail to non-municipally owned utility services. So, for example, Cold Lake Water Commission, the Highway 6328 Water Commission, TELUS, those kind of issues. This has been met with mixed reviews throughout the 10 of stakeholders in Municore, and that was the function of the meeting. Some municipalities were quite upset with this. The total amount of money they're looking to raise through this is $54,000. Not particularly big dollars. The MD of Bonnyville is not really impacted specifically because the one water line that we have that might have been impacted is actually municipally owned. That's the new line into Ardmore. So there's really no impact to us. The Reeve is absolutely correct. We calculated that if 40 people at the meeting, if it cost $200 per head, it was an $8,000 meeting, plus probably the $2,000 or $3,000 they had to pay to Dana Young from RMRF to actually come who represents Municore. I don't think that issue is the issue of the day. I do think there's probably a much broader conversation that councils, the 10 that are there, need to have regarding Municore, period. I'm unclear personally, and I've gone through the paperwork as to what it is that Municore does that we couldn't do ourselves. We look after the trails, we maintain the trails, we fund the maintenance of the trails. The only thing right now that would be different is that there's major capital work to do to the trails. Those are shared through the 10 municipalities, but those capital programs are few and far between with Municore. So in any event, I think at some point there's probably a strategic discussion with council that should be had regarding what is our position long term. I think Municore is, there are questions in terms of how Municore is managed. I think that's a question that was on the table. And unfortunately, that wasn't the reason for the meeting that day. But I think there are other issues in terms of the trails and how those trails are managed and whether or not Municore's been around 20 years as a Part 9 company. Maybe it's time for there to be a different discussion.
Mr. Reeve, was there discussion that Municore will be dissolved and each MD will take over their portion?
There was discussion on dissolution and what would happen, and unfortunately, as a Part 9 company, the assets of that company cannot come back to the ownership of Municore. So, for example, we are a 10% owner of Municore, one of 10 partners in it. If Municore was to dissolve, the assets that Municore owns inside the MD of Bonnyville would have to go to another nonprofit organization. They would not come to the municipality. That was one of the things that Dana Young, the attorney from RMRF, was very clear on, pointed out through Part 9 law and legislation. We would not get ownership of any Municore asset. It would have to go to another it would have to go to another nonprofit institution.
I guess unless the municipality were to go after expropriation.
Yes, and there was a letter sent by the County of Smoky Lake suggesting expropriation. I think that's difficult given that everybody, including the County of Smoky Lake, signed the agreement saying that they would never do that. So it's pretty hard to go for expropriation when you said that that's not something you'd ever be interested in doing. So, but I do think there is a much broader conversation as to throughout the region as to how regional trail networks are handled and managed.
Okay, that completes today's session. Do we have a motion to adjourn? No. Motion to adjourn by Councillor Scarzan. All in favor? That's carried. Have a good day.
You too. Things can be undone,
Yes, I
you know.
remember that one
Look
day.
in the U.S., what Trump did.